Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Thank you for being here today. Our invocation this morning will be given by Deacon Armando Pothole from Our Lady of Guadalupe Church.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Beautiful day, right?
Cold.
Let us come together in the presence of God and let us ask our God to help us through the day and, of course, through our lives. We offer our prayers for our brothers and sisters in Ukraine and, of course, for the conversion of Russia and for peace among our city. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. We're invited by the Lord to plead for our needs, and we pray for all those around us. After his invocation, your response will be, Lord, hear our prayer. That the people of the world see the peace of Christ in the behavior of all Christians. Let us pray to the Lord. Lord, hear our prayers. That the leaders of nations come to know the peace of God. Let us pray to the Lord.
Lord, hear our prayers.
For the citizens of our city, Corpus Christi, that we experience the peace of the Holy Spirit, let us pray to the Lord.
Lord, hear our prayers.
That all people in authority distribute fairly resources at the time of urgent need, let us pray to the Lord.
Lord, hear our prayers.
For those who work for the good of people everywhere, let us pray to the Lord. For honest leaders who attend to the good of all, let us pray to the Lord.
Lord, hear our prayers.
Let us pray. Lord God, you teach us the value of work and the power of human service. Help us to be faithful as you answer our prayers. Through Christ our Lord.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you,
Mayor?
Deacon, very much. And now our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Jacob Rodriguez, who is a senior at Veterans Memorial High School.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. City Secretary Rebecca Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Billy Lerma.
Here.
John Martinez.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Present.
Mike Pesley. Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Here. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Yes. Okay. So good morning, everyone. We will start our day with a proclamation for National Social Work Month. We couldn't be more grateful for all the men and women in this sector because you're truly angels for this community and around the world. So with that, I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas the social work profession for decades has been dedicated to improving human well-being and enhancing the basic needs of all people, the most vulnerable among us, particularly during the global pandemic. This year's Social Work Month theme, "The Time is Right for Social Work," embodies how social workers rose to meet the most pressing challenges of all of our lifetimes, the COVID-19 pandemic. The heroic contributions of the social work profession to our nation, including the work social workers have done to heal our nation during these times of pandemic, racial unrest, economic uncertainty, and politically divisiveness. And whereas social workers are the largest group of mental health care providers in the United States and work daily to help people, whether in person or remotely, overcome substance use and disorders and mental illness such as depression and anxiety. And whereas social workers play a role in our nation's healthcare system and have played a key role in our nation's responses to COVID-19 by helping individuals, families, and communities that have made our society a better place to live. And whereas social workers will continue to stand ready to assist our nation in overcoming present and future challenges. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim March of 2022 National Social Work Month in Corpus Christi, Texas, in recognition of the numerous contributions made by America's social workers, and call upon all citizens to join the National Association of Social Workers and the South Texas Social Workers Society in celebration and support of the social work profession.
Thank you, Mayor Guajardo. City Council members, thank you very much. On behalf of the South Texas Social Work Society, I'm their president, and it is an honor to be here with y'all today to celebrate this proclamation. We have social workers in all the community, all facets of the community. We have them in hospitals, schools now in Corpus Christi. We have them in the nursing homes, home health and hospice, in the community as well, like in the private practice. Every day we touch lives. No matter where we go, who we serve, we don't discriminate. Everybody is helped, no matter what. So thank you again for this opportunity. We're very honored to be here. Thank you.
Well, we are very, very honored to have you here, and we appreciate your work so much. Thank you. Okay. Oh, thank you. Great. Okay, so next, our next proclamation aligns very much with the city's health district commitment to living a healthy lifestyle. And we're very appreciative of proclaiming National Nutrition Month, because this is very, very important to not just to society, but to every community. So, whereas food is the substance by which life is sustained, and whereas the type, quality, and amount of food that individuals consume each day plays a vital role in their overall health and physical fitness, and whereas 3 is a need for continuing nutrition, education, and a wide-scale effort to enhance healthy eating practices. Now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim March of 2022 National Nutrition Month in Corpus Christi, Texas, and I encourage all citizens to join the campaign and become concerned about their nutrition and the nutrition of others in the hope of achieving optimum health for both today and tomorrow. So thank you for all you do, and we'd like to hear a little bit about your endeavor in this. Who would like to? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Mayor Paulette.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Sarah Perone here.
Yeah, and we didn't say you're from Corpus Christi.
We are, I was about to say that. Thank you so much.
Corpus Christi Medical Center.
The dietitians here are from Corpus Christi Medical Center, and wanted to thank you, Mayor Guajardo for all your support, and to thank also our leaders with HCA Corpus Christi Medical Center for their support, and my dietitians here as well who do all the work at the hospital. We couldn't do any of that without you, and we appreciate you all. And just make sure that as a community, you guys are thinking about the importance of the things that you consume on a daily basis, because it is important for us all to maintain our health. It is difficult. But the dietitians, just a little bit about the dietitians, they have degrees in nutrition. They have a lot of hours behind their degree, including a board certified exam. So they are the nutrition experts. Come and see a registered dietitian nutritionist if you have any special needs or dietary questions, because they are the experts.
And I bet we can lose a lot of weight by following one of your plans. Okay. We've got one more for this wonderful team from Corpus Christi Medical Center, which is Registered Dietitian Nutritionist Day. And that's truly a commendation on what you actually do every day, which is critical and very critical to many people's health. Obviously, that it isn't just, you want to lose a few pounds. It's you have to start a new diet and maybe turn a new leaf and make it a lifetime decision. And that's very difficult. You cannot put a chalupa in front of me without me eating it. And so this is very important for what you do. So we have one more proclamation for this very important team here with Corpus Christi Medical Center. So the proclamation reads, whereas registered dietitian nutritionists are the food and nutrition experts who can translate the science of nutrition into practical solutions for healthy living. And whereas registered dietitian nutritionists have degrees in nutrition, dietetics, public health, or a related field from well-respected accredited colleges and universities, completed an internship, and passed an examination. And whereas registered dietitian nutritionists use their expertise to help individuals make unique, positive lifestyle changes, and whereas registered dietitian nutritionists work throughout the community in hospitals, schools, public health clinics, nursing homes, fitness centers, food management, food industry, universities, research and private practice, and whereas registered dietitian nutritionists are advocates for advancing the nutritional status of Americans and people around the world. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim March 9th of 2022 Registered Dietitian Nutritionist Day in Corpus Christi, Texas. And I encourage all citizens to recognize the contributions of these nutritionists and express appreciation for their commitment to promoting science-based nutrition in the hope of achieving optimum health for both today and tomorrow. So congratulations for that honor as well. Yeah. Dietitian, nutritionist, as many times as that. You all are amazing. Thank you. Live with me, Sam.
Well, cool. It's good to see you too.
Okay, and next we have a proclamation for National Small Business Development Day, which is critical. You're critical to our community, to the city, really to the region. And I love the reports. I do read them. The reports y'all send, because they're very informative on how much assistance and help that they give to so many small businesses. So, whereas to all whom these presents shall come, greetings. Know that this official recognition is presented to the Del Mar College Small Business Development Center. And whereas since 1991, the Del Mar College SBDC has provided small business assistance starting and growing small business in Corpus Christi. And whereas in fiscal year 2021, the SBDC held 170 training events with 2,068 trainees. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim March 16th of 2022 National Small Business Development Day in Corpus Christi, Texas, in recognition of the demonstration of hard work and commitment of the SBDC that has helped Corpus Christi become a nationwide leader in job creation and small business growth, and encourage residents who display the entrepreneurial spirit to contact the SBDC to get assistance in opening your business. So congratulations.
Mayor, on behalf of Del Mar College, we'd just like to say thank you to the city. You know, 98% of our local businesses are small businesses, so our mission is to foster the startup, the growth, and the success of small businesses, and we couldn't do it without the community. And with my staff here, the hard work, especially working through the pandemic, day and night, it didn't matter what time the phone rang, they were there, so thank you so much.
So much.
Very nice to meet you.
Bravo, bravo. How you doing? Morning, how you doing?
Thank you.
Good morning, thank you. Morning. How you doing?
Okay, and our last group of heroes here, none other than the Red Cross. So this aligns very much too, because with what we also celebrate today, which is International Women's Day. Clara Barton started the Red Cross, a woman back in, I'll read it in a second, I don't know, 1800s. So that's amazing. Anyway, we're very grateful. Alex, you know, we count on you. Boy, you've been there every time the city needs, and not only the city, but I can only speak for the city, so we're very grateful. Your team is amazing, unbelievable, and definitely a team player with the city of Corpus Christi. We're very, very appreciative of that. So with that, I will read this proclamation. Whereas in times of crisis, people in the American Red Cross Coastal Bend chapter come together to care for one another. This humanitarian spirit is part of the foundation of our community, and it's exemplified by American Red Cross volunteers and donors. And whereas in 1881, Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross, turning her steadfast dedication for helping others into a bold mission of preventing and alleviating people's suffering. Today, more than 140 years later, we honor the kindness and generosity of Red Cross volunteers here in Corpus Christi, Texas, who continue to carry out Clara's life-saving legacy. They join the millions of people across the United States who volunteer, give blood, they donate financially, or learn vital life-preserving skills through the Red Cross. And whereas in Corpus Christi, the contributions of local Red Cross volunteers give hope to the most vulnerable in their darkest hours, whether it's providing emergency shelter, food, and comfort for families devastated by local disasters like home fires, hurricanes, and tropical storms, or donating essential blood for accident and burn victims, heart surgery and organ transplant patients, and those receiving treatment for leukemia, cancer, or sickle cell disease. Another wonderful thing that the Red Cross does is support service members and veterans, along with their families and caregivers, through the unique challenges of military life. And whereas their work to prevent and alleviate human suffering is vital to strengthening our community's resilience, we dedicate this month of March to all of those who continue to advance the noble legacy of American Red Cross founder Clara Barton, who lived by her words, and I quote, "You must never think of anything except the need and how to meet it." So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim March of 2022 Red Cross Month in Corpus Christi, Texas, and I encourage all citizens to support the American Red Cross and its humanitarian mission.
Mayor, council members, thank you very much for the recognition. And just so you're aware, my chair is here, who actually works for the city of Corpus Christi, Ms. Sharon Murphy, and does an incredible job. We can't do what we do without each and every one of you raising your hand, say, I can volunteer. I can volunteer either financially or I can volunteer with time. And we are partners of this community, and we plan to be here for a long time to come. Just to give you a heads up, for this year alone, we've actually attended 44 fires, and we've actually helped, just in Oasis County, and distribute over $36,000. And we'll continue doing that. So we've still got a ways to go. But thank you very much for the recognition. Oh, and my board members here. Councilmember Molina is one of my board members as well.
Okay, let's come up here and we'll hold this. People in the back. Okay, let's scoot up here. Our shorties in the front. Wait, how are we? I think you come on this. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. We shut down.
Okay, just in time. So it's 12 noon. Before we start public comment, Mr. Zanoni, do we have any changes that we need to bring forth?
Yes, Mayor, thank you for calling me. So item number 17, which is a rezoning case, the applicant has requested to the Development Services Department that be withdrawn for the time being. So we're recommending that item number 17, which is a rezoning for Sweet Bay Drive, be removed from today's agenda.
Okay.
And when the applicant's ready to bring it back, we'll bring it back at that point.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so with that, then, we'll just mark that out when we get to first reading. And we'll go ahead and start our public comment period. And we'll start with in-person, or, I'm sorry, Mr. Risley?
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So I'll be calling everyone up in the order in which you signed in. If you'll please state your name and your address prior to speaking. There is a little timer there at the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. If you're a resident of Corpus Christi, if you're a non-resident, it's 1 minute. Either way, the timer will go off at that time, at which time we would appreciate you wrap up your comments. If you have anything that you'd like to give the council, any kind of paperwork, please give that over to our city secretary, Ms. Huerta, prior to speaking. Okay, so we will start with Jerry Hooper.
Good afternoon, council members and mayor. I'm Jerry Hooper. I live at 3401 Valley Drive in Flower Bluff. I serve on a couple boards in Flower Bluff and stay actively involved in the community, and I carry the vision of Flower Bluff as a constituent, a school board member, and a citizens council board member. Today, I'm specifically speaking and opposing what was item 17, but it goes beyond that. The sentiment of my comments needs to carry through to any land use in Flower Bluff and any future decisions by all entities of the city. Although not opposed to development by any means, this particular development has major concerns and issues with safety for the school children, substandard infrastructure for the area, flooding and close encumbrance of the air installation compatible use zone of the Navy, and other issues. In addition, and more concerning, is the blatant disregard that I see by the city departments, boards, and commissions to not follow our area development plan. As many of you know, the Flower Bluff community has been heavily involved and spent inordinate amount of time working with the city on the area development plan and the ordinance to adopt it, which occurred last June, 2021. At this point, it is clear to many of us that the city does not use the area development plan that our community put together, and this must change. The ADP, its discussions, and its use must be the backbone of the decisions considered or made by the city council, city employees, or any commission. Otherwise, you're violating the ordinance that was adopted, very simply. As you can see in the ADP that we developed last year and year before, the future land use map for Flower Bluff is generally opposed to high-density residential areas within our boundaries of some 13,107 acres. In the ADP, there was 310 acres set aside, 2% of the land, associated with Flower Bluff, which was identified for high-density residential, which is RS 4.5. Development Services, the Planning Commission, and Zoning Board of Adjustment, and the city management and city council, for that matter, needs to get on board with our ADP and the desires of our community, which you will hear from today. The city and city council must do their jobs, and in my opinion, stop violating what the ADP has in it. Based on recent approved developments in Flower Bluff, this has been very disappointing. We see that on Flower Bluff Drive, and has appeared to many residents as just another case of the city doing what they want without consideration of what the constituents desire. Instead of building trust, following the plan, and being transparent, this has been another concern raised in the minds of the citizens in Flower Bluff. I am asking you to vote against these new high-density residential developments such as Sweet Bay Development and those of the like, Rocher/Ramfield. I implore you to use the developed plans, which is our ADP, for which you have been entrusted as our representatives. By doing so, you will follow our plans, and I appreciate your help doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hooper. Michael Morgan?
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Michael Morgan. I live at 3502 Golden Oak. I'm a resident of Flower Bluff, and I'm very concerned about the rezoning request that might affect our mutually beneficial relationship with the Naval Air Station Corpus Christi. The economic welfare of Corpus Christi is largely a result of this military presence. NAS Corpus Christi began operations in 1941, and today this base is a major hub of military activity in South Texas. This installation and its outlying fields support over 10,000 jobs and has an overall economic impact of approximately $3.6 billion, which is equivalent to 21% of the area's $17 billion economy. These figures, which are quoted from a 2013 NAS Corpus Christi Joint Land Use Study, have obviously been increased since that study was completed. The NAS Corpus Christi Joint Land Use Study was a cooperative effort between the City of Corpus Christi, Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, and the Nueces County. Even though military installations are critical to local economies like our own, incompatible development can result in military training operations and mission-critical components being sent to other installations. This would be devastating to Corpus Christi, Nueces County, and our local community. Incompatible development, also known as encroachment, refers to incompatible land use that may individually or cumulatively impact the military's ability to carry out its testing and training missions, both now and in the future. The military applies zones known as Air Installations Compatible Use Zones, or ACUs for short, to lands near the airfields. The currently proposed rezoning of the Sweet Bay area from a low-density zone to a high-density zone should be evaluated very cautiously. Although this site is not currently within an existing ACU zone, it is still very close in proximity to one. Please see Exhibit Number 1. I read the NASCC Joint Land Use Study, and it states that, quote, although a particular compatibility factor may not currently present a current threat to the installation of the community, the potential for issues to result in futures may exist. If military needs change or nearby development increases, then new conflicts with existing or future military missions and operational activities could arise, unquote. In fact, the same document prioritized the Waldron Airfield as an issue. The issue reads, there's a risk for additional incompatible development around the Waldron Airfield, with two of the three primary areas of concern being the Flower Bluff and Encino Farm and Garden Tracts, the Summer Breeze Estates and the Golden Oaks Estates, and the southeast neighborhoods of Yorktown Heights and Bayside Acres and Caribbean Place. The Sweet Bay project is located in the Flower Bluff and Encino Farm tracts. This report identifies two strategies to address the issues of future incompatible development in these areas. Please see Exhibit Number 2. Both strategies deal with eliminating the potential for incompatible future development to occur in the aforementioned areas through the use of zoning. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Leona Morgan. And then we'll have Christy Ray.
Good afternoon. My name is Leona Morgan, and I also live at 3502 Golden Oak Drive. And I am a 51-year resident of Flower Bluff. Been out there forever, and I'm very concerned about the possible changes that could be happening to our community. We're a very close-knit community, and we're trying to keep that like it is. I will continue speaking from where the previous speaker left off. In Exhibit 2, I don't know if that's being projected, both strategies deal with eliminating the potential for incompatible future development to occur in the aforementioned areas through use of zoning, which includes restricting densities. These zoning strategies or areas designated a rural or low-density zones already occur in the city's Unified Development Code and the city's comprehensive plan. I cannot understand the wisdom of considering this current Sweet Bay rezoning request from a low-density residential zone to a high-density zone. The NASCC Joint Land Use Study involved extensive collaboration, like it's already been mentioned, technical expertise, and funding by the City of Corpus Christi, NAS Corpus Christi, and Oasis County into analyzing these issues and developing appropriate strategies for our local military airfields. The Joint Land Use Study clearly indicates that their current ACU zones could very well change based on their future military needs. If high-density development were to occur in areas currently designated as low-density zones, then future options will be extremely limited. In closing, I want to emphasize that this rezoning request to change a low-density development zone into a high-density zone should be evaluated very cautiously, as other similar requests will undoubtedly follow. We could lose our military's presence if high-density residential development is allowed to take place in or near the Waldron Airfield Complex. I ask that the current rezoning request and any future similar rezoning requests be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Christy Ray.
Good afternoon. My name is Christy Ray. I live at 2020 Ramfield Road. I'm a resident of Flower Bluff. I was one of the 464 people who participated in the recent Flower Bluff area development plan via public surveys. As you know, Flower Bluff is located on a peninsula and only offers so much room for development because we are surrounded by the Oso, the Laguna Madre, Corpus Christi Bay, and King Ranch. The 2021 Flower Bluff area development plan was updated, which was funded by the city. Involved workshops, meetings, presentations, and extensive public involvement. This 2-year project really allowed local citizens to have a voice in establishing a vision for our community. The 3 public-driven vision themes identified during the process include a safe and healthy community, a strong local economy, and the protection of the area's natural resources. 2 public initiatives identified as being very important involve supporting the 3 vision themes I just mentioned. One of these policies initiatives involved encouraging large lots or low-density development in the southwest and south and southwest quadrants of the peninsula, which, I'm sorry, I got nervous. Okay. That is consistent with existing development trend in the area. This would also preserve the area's environmental resources, which public surveys identified as being important to the Flower Bluff residents. The second policy initiative involves encouraging development that is compatible with the NAS Corpus Christi military with operations around Waldron Field. This updated area development plan stresses the need to maintain land use designations that are consistent with the Navy's compatible use zones. Any effort to rezone the Sweet Bay or Rocher areas from the current designated low-density development zone to higher density development would violate the intention of the area development plan and the voice of the residents of Flower Bluff. A high-density residential development in any of these areas runs the risk of our local military operations relocating elsewhere. High-density residential development also impacts the area's natural resources by converting woodland and grassland area into impermeable surfaces such as our houses, driveways, and roadways. This would result in environmental impacts, including loss of existing bird and wildlife use, including stormwater runoff to our local and already stressed bay systems. In summary, I want to express my deep concern for any attempt to rezone areas that have already been designated as low-density zones by teams of government officials, technical experts, our local military, and citizens in Flower Bluff. I ask you to please consider the recurrent rezoning decisions carefully, as it will likely lead to similar requests down the road. As somebody who loves my community, I respectfully ask that you decline rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. Michelle Ewing.
Can we get the exhibit up? Okay. Good afternoon. My name's Michelle Ewing. I'm at 1901 Caribbean Drive in Flower Bluff. And I appreciate the opportunity to come here today to express my concerns. I attended some of the recent Flower Bluff Area Development Plan presentations and provided comments to their public surveys. This is what Flower Bluff is to me and why my family lives here. It's a community that cares about where and how we live, and it gives residents the ability to be a part of a vision plan for our future and the future of our children. I recently became aware of this request to rezone the Sweet Bay area from a low-density residential development zone to a high-density one. I could not understand how the recently updated Flower Bluff Area Development Plan could be ignored. So I decided to conduct a bit of research, and this is what I discovered. In 2009, Naval Air Station Corpus Christi updated an air installations compatible use zone study for several airfields, including Waldron Field. The original study was prepared in 1978 and then updated in 1986 and again in 2009. These ACUS zones have expanded, moved, and been reconfigured over the years to accommodate changes in local military operations. According to these public reports, the local government, in this case the City of Corpus Christi, has the responsibility of incorporating these ACUS guidelines into a comprehensive development plan and zoning ordinance. The report also states that developers have the responsibility of developing properties in a manner that appropriately protects the health, safety, and welfare of the civilian population by constructing facilities such as low-density rather than high-density developments that are compatible with nearby aircraft operations. In May 2011, City Council passed the updated City's Unified Development Code, Section 6.5 of the code addresses ACUS zones. This ordinance states that the maximum density for housing is 1 to 2 dwelling units per acre in a low-density ACUS designated zone. This section also states that in the event of a zone change request within an ACUS zone, the Compatible Use Zones Program Office or the Chief of Naval Operations shall be consulted for a recommendation on the proposed zone change. If you notice, I did not say may be consulted, they shall be consulted. Even though the currently proposed rezoning request at Sweet Bay is very close, but not currently within an ACUS zone, the intent of maintaining low-density residential zones all around Waldron Field is to prevent incompatible development that may affect military operations in the future. I read that 2013 NASCC Joint Land Use Plan and the city's comprehensive plan dated September 2016. The Flower Bluff Planning District Future Land Use Plan, which is on the exhibit, clearly shows the need for low-density residential development all around the Waldron Airfield. The city's comprehensive plan also states the need to, number one, adopt appropriate regulations consistent with the recommendations taken from the Joint Land Use Study. Number two, continue to consider the current and future compatibility of proposed uses with nearby military airfield operations when making decisions on rezoning requests. And number three, avoid development that is incompatible with the operation of military airfields. It's apparent to me that these joint studies were exhaustive when developing the issues and strategies for current and future development near our military airfields. It's my wholehearted desire that City Council decisions be made that honor the hard work, collaboration, and technical expertise contained in these public documents. It's critical that these rezoning requests be evaluated carefully because it will undoubtedly set a precedent for future requests. So I'd like to go on record as being opposed to this rezoning request and any similar requests that may arise in the future, such as Rocher and Ramfield. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. Velma Solis Garcia.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Velma Solis Garcia, proud superintendent of the premier school district in South Texas, and for that matter, the state of Texas. Flower Bluff ISD, established in 1892. We've been serving students from Flower Bluff for 130 years. I'm here to clarify a couple of points. I am in opposition of the rezoning of Sweet Bay area. You did receive my letter, so if I don't get to finish it, you do have that to reference. There are a couple of points that I would like to clarify. Sweet Bay Drive currently is a single lane street without appropriate drainage and does not have sidewalks. There were some comments made that our students were walking on the shoulders of those streets. There are no shoulders. There are open ditches on the sides of each side of that street. In addition, I would like to say that the district currently has 8 bus stops on Yorktown between Waldron and Laguna Shores because it is deemed unsafe for children to be on Yorktown. Yorktown does not have shoulders nor sidewalks for our students. The existing Sweet Bay Drive, as I mentioned, is a 1-lane and is not wide enough for our buses to enter and to get to the new development, so that needs to be taken into consideration. The bus drivers will experience a very tight turn if they were to go into that area and come back out to Yorktown, and traffic is horrendous on Yorktown at certain times of the day. I would suggest that you all take a drive out there and just take a look at those peak times. The most recent developments on Flower Bluff Drive, including Cottages by the Bay, is an example of that higher density area and some of the things that we are dealing with. A good time to go to that area is around lunchtime when all those contractors are out there working on those houses right now. You can see what we are facing as we're planning those bus stops in those new residential areas. A council member at the last meeting also mentioned the setback of RS 4.5 homes and how if parking a pickup truck in the driveway would make our sidewalks get blocked, and that is true. So our students would not even have access to those sidewalks even if you did plan a tight residential area as such. I do want to state Flower Bluff ISD does want to see development that will bring students to our school district, but we must be mindful of the safety issues we face with the lack of infrastructures such as safe passageways to and from school or safe areas for bus stops. Flower Bluff ISD also supports our partners, the Navy, stationed at Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, and the work that they put into developing the NAS Corpus Christi Joint Land Use Study, along with the ACUS, and request that South Texas be mindful of the military task force in addition to any other plans and studies that were developed throughout the years. And the last request that I have, and one that I will repeat because I've done so in several meetings, that developers and the city of Corpus Christi include the school district, our administration, when it comes to the planning phases of future projects that directly impact our school district. That includes road construction projects, new subdivision developments, and future forecasting and planning. With all due respect, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Solis Garcia. Robert Vega?
Mayor, councilman, staff, thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for your service. My name is Robert Vega, and I live at 2202 Woodcrest Drive. I earned a PhD from Texas A&M University in Wildlife and Fisheries Science. I retired from Texas Parks and Wildlife as a fisheries scientist for 35 years, and I have been blessed to see the glory of God in the natural world around us. There are many areas of Flower Bluff that still provide important habitats for birds and other wildlife. As someone who conducts migratory bird surveys, I'd like to stress how important this area is geographically and ecologically. There are 4 major bird migratory pathways in North America, and Corpus Christi is located within both the Central and Mississippi flyways. Each spring, over 2 billion birds leave their wintering grounds in Central America and South America and fly across the Gulf of Mexico. These birds head north to their breeding grounds in the northern U.S. and Canada. Then, as fall approaches, they migrate back through our area, flying south to their wintering grounds. So these birds called neotropical migrants include species such as hummingbirds, warblers, and flycatchers. Spring migrants fly 500 to 600 miles over the Gulf of Mexico with no food or water during the 26 to 80-hour flight. Our local barrier islands and Flower Bluff Peninsula provide critical fallout habitat for these birds. More than 80% of the long-distance North American migratory birds travel through the Texas coastal bend. Unfortunately, urban spawn is causing significant losses of grassland, wetlands, and woodland habitats needed by these migrants. The Flower Bluff Peninsula contains the most southerly extent of live oak coastal woodlands, which are critically important to these migrants. Flower Bluff is a very popular bird watching area due to the tremendous variety of birds that occur here. The city of Corpus Christi funded a study in 2012 to evaluate the effects of tourism and natural tourism on our economy. And this study found that tourism and ecotourism contributed over $1.2 billion to the city's economic during that time, during 2012 and 2013 study period. So in closing, I'd like to go on record opposing the rezoning of any area of the Flower Bluff Peninsula, and by changing from a rural or low-density residential development area to a high-density one. So, and if that happens, we're going to lose important ecological wildlife habitats areas. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Vega. Mary Ellen Vega. Next will be Leah Trevino, Joe Kramer, Shirley Thornton, and David Gerlach. And if any of you would like to come up front here, we welcome you to. Okay.
Good morning or good afternoon. My name is Mary Ellen Vega, and I'm a resident of Flower Bluff, 2202 Woodcrest Drive. I am retired, having worked for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department for over 35 years. I would like to express my concerns with the current rezoning request for the Sweet Bay area. This rezoning request involves changing the area from a rural or low-density residential development area to a high-density one. I believe that the current request will set a precedent for future similar rezoning requests, especially in the large undeveloped tracts of land along the southern and southwestern portions of the peninsula. These undeveloped areas, which currently contain woodlands, grasslands, wetlands, and some low-density residential areas, absorb and filter rainwater before it reaches the underground water table or our nearby bays. If large undeveloped areas are converted to impervious surfaces such as houses, driveways, sidewalks, and roadways, they will significantly increase stormwater runoff. As a result, oil, grease, heavy metals, fertilizers, pesticides, and many other pollutants will be carried as stormwater runoff into Oso Bay, which the Texas Water Development Board has already determined is an ecologically stressed ecosystem. How can communities like the Flower Bluff Peninsula continue to grow while protecting our local watersheds? The Environmental Protection Agency developed 3 land use strategies to address watershed protection. These strategies include, number 1, protecting large open areas that absorb and filter rainwater. Second, by preserving existing wetlands, floodplains, and riparian corridors. And third, by minimizing overall land disturbance and impervious surfaces associated with development. I would also like to mention flooding, which is already a significant issue here on the Encinal Peninsula. According to the EPA, it is critical for communities to set aside sufficient amounts of undisturbed open space to absorb, filter, and store stormwater, rainwater. It is my opinion that rezoning our open spaces to high-density residential zones would significantly increase flooding and contaminated stormwater runoff to our local watersheds. In closing, I ask that the current and any future similar rezoning requests be denied in an effort to preserve our open space, to conserve wildlife habitat, and to protect our local bay ecosystems. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Vega. Leah Trevino?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Leah Trevino, and I live in Flower Bluff. My husband, young son, and I moved to Flower Bluff after living off of Saratoga Boulevard in Corpus Christi for 10 years. We bought our dream home in Flower Bluff because we wanted to live in a less hectic, populated area, one that has peaceful open spaces where you can still see hawks, owls, other birds, and animals. Our family has worked, saved, sacrificed our luxuries so we could afford to buy our new Flower Bluff home, which has a little bit of land with it. We bought this home to enjoy now and for generations to come, and we picked Flower Bluff because of the calmer, quieter lifestyle and because of the excellent school system. We wait in long, long lines to pick our son up from school currently. I am aware of the current request to rezone certain low-density rural and residential areas in Flower Bluff to high-density zones. Once one area is allowed to rezone, then others will follow. I believe that this will cause the Flower Bluff area to lose its existing open green spaces and relaxed lifestyle, which is exactly why many of us have moved here. And I don't see how the Flower Bluff schools, roadways, and traffic can accommodate more aggressive growth. In closing, I ask that you please consider the wishes of the existing hardworking and tax-paying citizens of Flower Bluff by denying this rezoning request and any similar rezoning requests that will probably follow in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Trevino. Joe Kramer?
Well, good day, everybody. It's nice to be back here before our wonderful council. Mayor, thank you very much for giving us these opportunities to speak. As y'all have already heard we've got a lot of people out in the Flower Bluff area that love our area. As y'all know, I am the president of the Flower Bluff Citizens Council, so I am here today to speak on behalf of the Flower Bluff Citizens Council. There are three things that I look at when I make my decisions: safety, health, and environment. It is obviously clear that there are many organizations that find this particular area of growth a safety issue. It's a clear safety issue. When I say safety issue, you got to remember a lot of these pilots that are out there flying are like 16-year-olds, their first time driving a Ferrari. They're in airplanes. Airplanes don't understand lines. When they have mechanical failures, that plane could go anywhere. This is why the military has set aside these large, vast areas for safety. Because the last thing we want is an aviation accident that hits a mass casualty area. That's not what we want. When it comes to health, you've heard from other of our scientific advisors that tell you how much this includes the health of our neighborhood. You know, the other thing I will add in is the environment. Like the last speaker spoke to, the environment is why people come to Flower Bluff. They want to get away from these higher impacted, higher condensed areas. That is what Flower Bluff is about. We are a very united, strong, proud community, and we are here to make sure that things stay that way. We don't want a lot of high development areas. I'm all for development, but not when it impedes areas that are obviously against the area development plan. As far as the area development plan, if we keep going against everything that the area development plan says, then I would ask that the city council and all of us stop it. Why are we even wasting time with area development plans, which take up time, money, and volunteers, if every time something comes up that contradicts that area development plan, we're just gonna go, it's okay, don't worry about it. I understand that development services job is to try to work a compromise to make things work. But sometimes we all need to just stand up and look and go, no, this is not right for the area. It's not right for the character. I've got a unique perspective. I've been working lately in a lot of these newer postage stamp homes. I challenge any of you to take a full-size truck with a trailer, try to drive up and down those roads. These developers are crushing these homes into such tiny areas, it is almost impossible. I feel bad for garbage day when the garbage men have to drive because the roads are so crushed. And again, I want to finish up with Respect FB. Our Respect FB campaign is about respect, and that is respecting the safety, respecting the health, and respecting the environment of our Flower Bluff area, what makes us unique and special. Again, thank you for the time to speak, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. Shirley Thornton. I'm having a flashback. A classroom.
I'm Shirley Thornton, 1917 Woodcrest Drive, Flower Bluff resident since '69, charter member of the Flower Bluff Citizens Council and president of the Flower Bluff School Board. Honorable Mayor and Council, I respectfully ask that you vote against the Sweet Bay and Ramfield Rocher developments whenever they come before you. I don't know when that's going to happen. They, like so many that have already gone in, run counter to the Flower Bluff Area Development Plan, a vision document that reflects, just like those postcards, the character of Flower Bluff. In 2016, I learned how important an ADP is, how it offers direction for development based on what the people need and want, and how the citizens use it to keep an eye on rezoning cases. I studied the old ADP, took part in conversations about Plan CC, and was honored to be asked in 2020 to serve on the Flower Bluff ADP Advisory Committee to update our plan. I took the job very seriously and worked hard for the residents, the school, the young families, including my own children and grandchildren, to create a document that outlined what the people envisioned: a safe and healthy community, a strong local economy, and protection of habitat and wildlife to improve environmental quality. And boy, does my eyes start to twitch when I see the words, generally consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan and warrants an amendment to the future land use map. Generally consistent means inconsistent in some way. So what's one little inconsistency? Well, over time, one leads to another and another and another, and before you know it, the future land use map fades, and the people's vision for Flower Bluff becomes pretty blurry. And all that remains is the fallout of overzealous developers. Allow me to tell you why the ADP committee wanted low-density housing in the southern quadrants of Flower Bluff. We were honoring the wishes of the people, strengthening the relationship with the Navy, creating safe, accessible outdoor spaces for people and wildlife, helping control traffic problems in an area with limited collectors and arterials, accommodating those who raise livestock, enhancing recreational areas, and ensuring that Flower Bluff could continue to offer a variety of housing types, including homes on large parcels of land. Flower Bluff is unique in that way, and its character is worth defending, which we must do through the ADP and through this council when development doesn't match the vision. I am also an elected official, and I pray every day for the wisdom to do the right thing by the people I serve. I study the past to understand the present. I listen to the people to understand their needs and wants for today, and I ask, if this, then what? To plan for the future. I work to have their backs and their best interests at heart. I trust that you will do the same for us. Please vote against any development that does not align with the Flower Bluff ADP. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your service more than you know.
Thank you, Ms. Thornton. David Gerlach?
Afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is David Gerlach. I live at 581 Yorktown Boulevard. It's a stone's throw from where this potential development's going to go in. I oppose this development as well as any other along Ramfield or anything else that impedes on the estate-type homes that are out in Flower Bluff, the open spaces that the deer roam in. Before I left the house, my wife told me to keep it simple. So she's a smart lady. I'm going to listen to her. I'm going to frame this as an opportunity. You've heard all these folks talk about the different oppositions they have to this development and such. This is an opportunity for this council to show these people that this ADP and the Plan CC, the haphazard way the city developed in past years, this is an opportunity to show that you care, that you actually give a darn about these people's opinions that actually live here, these communities that are impacted. It's an opportunity in your lap to get away from the failures, even in the past 2 or 3 years, where the Council Development Services has voted and pushed through development that's not consistent with the ADP. It's an opportunity and it rests with you. You can either show these voters that, hey, the council cares about what you're saying and the communities you live in, or it's an opportunity to fail again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gerlach. David Bendett?
Good afternoon, everyone. Great to see all of you. I know you know who I am, and I know who you all are. I'm here to discuss item number 17 on rezoning the property on Sweet Bay Drive in Flower Bluff. I know it's been removed off the agenda, but I'm sure it will probably come back. Hopefully not. I care deeply about our community and want what's best for all of us. When I think development with a plan and a purpose. One that ultimately creates a vibrant, healthy, and safe community for everyone, such as our area development plan, which I had a part in as the vice president of the Flower Bluff Citizens Council last year. I think of safe roads, safe access, minimal traffic jams, and no flooding, which I've dealt with a massive amount of flooding. I live at 4101 Waldron Road, south of Yorktown and Waldron, and I have about 4 acres there and dealt with several feet of flood water with all the rain we had last year. And so this is my issue. It's with this development and many other developments that are trying to come into our community. Of course, as a pastor and a business owner in Flower Bluff, I want more families and growth in our community. But at what cost to us and the people that move there? I've seen so many poorly made decisions in years past that we as a community have had to change, rectify, or simply deal with. I have learned through many hard lessons in life that things don't go wrong, they start wrong. If the rezoning of this development happens, it will clearly start wrong, and I believe it should not start at all. I'm sure so many of you, all the leaders of our community, have had to pick up pieces left behind by others that only created more difficulty and expenses as you try to lead for the future. Please don't let this be another one of those that you leave behind for others like myself and so many here today to have to deal with in the future. So many of us have chosen to live in Flower Bluff for a reason. We worked hard to buy property southwest of Yorktown for a reason. The low-dense population, the land designations, and the opportunity to make the Bluff an even greater place for people to live in and to raise our family. Some today have spent their life savings to have land or a home in this area, only to slowly find ourselves crowded in by developments and regulations that make it difficult to stay long-term. Please say no to rezoning this property and others that come in that don't fit the area development plan and truly make Flower Bluff a great community to live in. Please look at the difficult hardships and regulations that are being implemented on landowners that cause them to not want to build their home and stay in Flower Bluff long term. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Bendet. Shannon Murphy?
Good afternoon, Shannon Murphy. I live at 2157 Shady Street. I think it's really simple. We have a lot of educated people and they're all repeating the same thing. We have an adopted area development plan. The city paid for a consultant, a lot of money, to work with Flower Bluff residents. We had 5 advisory committee meetings, 3 community meetings, online public information gathering, to gather input from Flower Bluff residents on how we would like to guide future development and identify opportunities to improve existing facilities. The area development plan has vision themes and policies that came directly from Flower Bluff residents. We want to create safe and healthy neighborhoods that keep the community strong and connected, provide safe routes to school, ensure high quality development, improve roadway conditions and connect the community through alternative transportation options, assure adequate circulation and egress in times of emergency, foster Flower Bluff community pride, which encourages development consistent with a naval air station and Waldron Field, and maintaining the land use designations consistent with the ACUs, as well as encourage opportunities for mixed commercial and residential uses when compatible with adjacent uses. And I'll quote directly from the future land use map in the ADP. Future land use designations have been revised to reflect community input, anticipated development, and best practices. Serves as the guide for future zoning and development decisions and provides a foundation to support the vision and recommendations of the plan. Flower Bluff says residents are not saying no to all development. We do not support development that is inconsistent with our ADP and future land use map. This is not the time to increase the housing density in several areas of Flower Bluff. This is not about increasing tax revenue for the city. We need consistent land uses in a timely manner, not popcorn development that is dictated by developers. Please listen to your Flower Bluff constituents and support the ADP we worked hard to update, the city paid for, and council adopted. Thank you for your service to our city, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Armand Alex?
Ooh, a lot of important public comments today. Howdy, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Armand Alex. I live at 1610 La Jolla. I'm the executive director of the Gulf of Mexico Youth Climate Summit, a board member of Earth Echo International, as well as a board member of the Gulf Reach Institute. And I've studied science communications and public relations at A&M Corpus Christi Go Durs. I've lived in Corpus Christi for practically all my life and spent some time in the Houston metropolitan area working with the National STEM Commission for Public Environmental Policy. About a month ago, I addressed the City Council concerning our city's acknowledgement of the climate crisis. I spoke about how our city is of the 256 communities in the U.S. situated by the coast, and how leading experts at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, have released information highlighting that Corpus Christi is one of the many coastal communities considered to be in the elevated coastal hazard risk category. I invited members of this specific council to reach out to me and my team so that we can begin to have very necessary discussions about addressing the climate crisis and to develop a city plan, a city climate action plan. And as of this moment, no one of this city council has done so. I want to quickly share a research survey conducted by Yale University that developed a geographic and statistical model to downscale national public opinion results to the state, congressional district, and county level to showcase the varied public opinions on climate change. The results in the Yale Climate Change Communication Survey was derived with help from a statistical model using multi-level regression with post-stratification in the large national survey database, along with demographic and geographic population characteristics. Corpus Christi is included in this survey, and it shows that within Nueces County alone, at least 75% of residents here believe climate change is occurring, 70% are worried about the effects, 73% believe that the climate crisis will harm future generations, and at least 62% want local officials to do more to address climate resilience. I'm sure as public servants, you all understand that public opinion is an important influence on decision-making about policies that impact the local community. So based on the information provided today on resident opinions on climate change here in Nueces County and Corpus Christi, I urge and I encourage this council to reach out to me or my team so that we can begin the necessary conversation. Like I said at the last public comment I made, this does not lock you into a specific solution. This is just us knocking at the door, and I would hope that you would open up so that we can begin these very, very necessary conversations about addressing the climate crisis. Thank you again. My name is Armand Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Vicky Pruitt? Oh. Okay, Vicky Pruitt? Oh, there you are. I'm so sorry. I was looking back there. Sorry, guys.
Put on my glasses so I can see here. Okay, pretty much y'all have heard. Well, first, I'm Vicky Pruitt. My father and I live at 4038 Sweet Bay Drive. My dad is Richard Pruitt. He's 92 years old. He has COPD, and he loves to sit on the front porch of the house. It's quiet, it's beautiful, there are birds, not much traffic at all. So, what I'd like to start with is that the goal of environmental justice is to give everyone the same degree of protection from environmental and health hazards. A specific provision of the zoning ordinance states that this rezoning is not detrimental to the public health, safety, or general welfare of the city of Corpus Christi and its citizens, and that there will be no destruction of property. The applicant and the planning staff have said there is no danger to any of that. I would like to ask you to vote no on this rezoning request because it will be detrimental to public health, safety, and general welfare of the citizens, not just on Sweet Bay, but on the neighborhoods to the east of us, to the west of us, to the north and south of us. And these are the reasons why. It's a little more specific. Sweet Bay Drive has no speed limit signs. They have no speed bumps. They have no warning signs saying to slow down, children are playing. No sidewalks, no curbs. There's no protection for children walking to and from the school bus. They walk in the middle of the street. Kids also play ball and ride their bikes in the street. I mean, kids do that. But adult citizens also have to walk down the middle of the street to go get on public transportation. The bus stops are on Yorktown. The road is in bad disrepair. It's not wide enough. It has open drainage ditches, and to pass, both vehicles have to go off the side of the road onto the edges of those drainage ditches to get past each other. And it's doubtful, really, that oversized tractor trailers carrying earth-moving machinery and heavy materials cannot safely transfer or traverse that road. There are low-hanging electrical lines and cable lines that large rigs carrying that machinery and materials could clip or pull down as they drive underneath them. 200 to 300 cars a day will result in gridlock, and it's going to be almost impossible for emergency vehicles to get into Sweet Bay. There will also be immeasurable damage to wildlife habitat. There's a black book for each of y'all. There's photographs of drainage and the flooding that we have on Sweet Bay and down that dirt road. There's also a beautiful picture of early morning out on Sweet Bay. That's what we fight for. So also, this is part of the Texas Great Coastal Birding Trail, way on the far end, but we're there.
Thank
I
you,
want to
Ms.
thank you all for this opportunity to speak, and I hope you all have a lovely day.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Pruitt. Maria Goodman?
Yes, I am. First, Mrs. Mayor, I want to say thank you for amazing ceremony. I am first time here, and I enjoyed the ceremony. Positive message. But I am here from other reason. My name is Maria Goodman, and I am here because I want to speak with you face to face, like woman to woman.
Can you state
We
your-
have a big problem.
Ms. Goodman, can you state your address, please?
Peppermill Driver, Corpus Christi. I am citizen. I am proud citizen of Corpus Christi. We have a serious problem. This problem must be solved and immediately. This problem is 1 year old. And you, Mrs. Mayor, ignored us. 1 year old antenna, 5G antenna, you heard about this antenna probably 100 times. Probably, one more time. This antenna is located wrong place. Was wrong, terrible decision. Somebody signed this contract. Mrs. Mayor, this antenna is working already, activated. It is about 6 weeks. And you know what? This antenna, Migratory antenna, is working 24 hours per day, every day now. And you know, it's result. We feel we have a 6 weeks headache, terrible headache. This is result. We not deserve this, absolutely not. That's I am here with strong message. Mrs. Mayor, you can do it. Solve this problem immediately. Solve this problem even today. This is a very, very, very important message. This antenna bake us slowly. Yes, how we don't know only how long. 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, maybe 5. We don't know. This is new experiment. You know about this. This is new technology. And I not sign for this experiment. My husband don't sign up for this experiment. My neighbors don't sign for this experiment. Nobody ask us, and no, everybody ignore it. May I ask you about 1 more minute, please? You have a power. Give me 1 more minute, because I want finish this message.
Yes. Ms. Risley?
Yes? Thank you.
No, I'm sorry, he's going to say something.
I'd like to point out the state of Texas has preempted us very broadly within wireless communication issues. When it comes to a mount on a pre-existing pole, that's not in a historic district, you don't have any authority anymore. The state of Texas pretty much took it all away. You have some ability to restrict the new placement of poles in residential areas, but if it's just a placement of an antenna on an existing pole in a non-historic area, the state of Texas took the city's authority away, and this is really the wrong forum.
What is the correct
Texas
forum?
legislature.
State, okay, so we're state reps.
Yes.
No,
Okay.
no, I heard this. Mrs. Mayor, this is serious problem.
Yes.
It's nothing wrong about new technology. I love new technology I use. As a physics, math, and chemistry professor, I understand and I have a deep knowledge. This problem must be solved for us, for our neighbors. I know my language, English is second language. Yes, I won't repeat this message. Must be clear. I must be sure you got it, this message.
We understand, Ms. Goodman, and we appreciate your comment today. Thank you.
I not said thank you today, but I hope so. It will be a better day for thank you. It is today is International Night
Woman
Day, Woman Day. Use this power,
Thank you.
solve this problem, and everybody will be happy.
Thank you, Ms. Goodman. Robert Goodman.
Hello, I'm Robert Goodman. I live at 5218 Pepin Mill Drive, and here I am again, representing my wife's and my neighbor's concerns about this 5G antenna. Last council meeting, I believe, Mrs. Zanone, you said that Phil Collins, IT director for the city, was going to meet with an AT&T representative and visit the site, and also discuss the removal to a different location. Has it produced any fruit? Any developments on that? Well, you have the power to do this. I mean, it's in a residential neighborhood. It's affecting us. We're getting headaches every night, myself, my wife, and my neighbors. And it's also causing insomnia. This is a health issue and a safety issue. Okay, you've yet to come down to the site. I haven't seen anybody there except somebody from AT&T in an unmarked car. I think it's AT&T. They came out and took some meter readings at different power levels around the perimeter of about a block. I asked him what are the results, any findings. He would not reveal anything to us. So there's something clandestine going on here, and it's very disturbing, very concerning. So I want to know if your IT director did meet with AT&T to address this problem and get this damn thing the heck out of here. Doesn't belong here, belongs in an industrial area, not in a residential area. As I mentioned last time, New Hampshire had a study and a subsequent ordinance that restricted these high 5G cell antennas for being within 1,500 feet of populated areas. So you're going to wait till somebody comes down with a glioblastoma or osteoblastoma in a few years, this is going to be a major health issue and safety issue. I've been a practitioner for 40 years as a PA, and I could see this is going to lead to neoplastic changes down the road, and there's going to be probably some legal issues ensuing from this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman. Randall Arnold?
Mayor, while he's coming up, can I ask for clarification on something from Miles?
Sure.
Real quick, Miles, I wanted to ask you a question because I noticed there was some discrepancy between the ordinance and the manual, the small cell design manual. In section 2 of the ordinance, it says network. Well, I'm sorry, in section 2 of the manual, it says network providers is discouraged from installing network nodes on an existing pole in the public right-of-way. In the ordinance, it says following are prohibited for areas for wireless fields except for in a separate city agreement, and that includes municipal parks and residential areas. I was wondering if you could clear up that discrepancy.
I can't speak to the manual. That's not a legal issue. The manual isn't. But
The reason the manual's in the ordinance.
No, well, we reviewed the ordinance. The ordinance, and we review it in accordance with state law. The state law gives us broader discretion in dealing with new poles as opposed to just new installations of antennas on existing poles. I believe in this situation, it was a new installation of an antenna on an existing pole. And outside a historic district, we have very, very little authority over that under state law.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, yes, sir. Mr. Arnold. Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. It's an honor to be here. Randall Arnold, 4202 Waldron Road. Flower Bluff resident for 38 years. I'm here to read a letter I received from Mark Jackson representing the Barney Davis power plant, the owners, which is Talon Energy. I'd like to read his letter addressed to Mr. Zanoni and to public record. RE zoning case 11210-1, the Alti rezoning property 4202 Sweet Bray from FR Farming Rural District to the RS 4.5 and RS 6. Mr. Zanoni, on behalf of Talon Energy, I am reaching out to express our concerns with the proposed rezoning of the above-mentioned property to allow for high-density residential development. Talon owns the adjacent Barney Davis power plant and land consisting of more or less 1,990 acres, and we believe this change in zoning could increase the risk to both plant and public safety and security. The Barney Davis plant is a 925 megawatt natural gas-fired power generation facility. Its operation footprint includes significant infrastructure to facilitate fuel supply, water cooling and recycling, environmental controls, and transmission of the power generation to the grid. The safety of our people and communities is our top priority. Therefore, Talon locates and operates its generation facilities in areas that allow for significant buffer between them and residential developments. This not only minimizes the impact on these residents, but this not only minimizes the impact on these residents, but also helps to protect the safety and security of our facilities. With the properties in its currently questions, with the properties in question currently zoned in a manner that does not permit dense residential development, this buffer has been effective to date. If the proposed zoning changes receive final approval, we believe that this protection could be significantly minimized. To be clear, Talon does not oppose development, but we ask that it be done thoughtfully, responsible way to ensure that it does not overburden existing property owners or impacts public safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Daniel Cohey? Sorry.
Hello, my name's Daniel Goki. I live at 500 Yorktown, and I'm against the project. We were at a couple other meetings with the board that was looking at the property adjacent to mine. We owned 50% of the property on that new addition that went in out there that the city just fussed about because they didn't fix the road and didn't do all what they said they were going to do. Anyway, that one went through. I think that night when we were here, I was under the understanding it was pretty well dead because y'all wouldn't vote on it, but it went through anyway. And I'm afraid this one is going to do the same thing. I don't know how y'all take a no vote and then it's still allowed to go through, but it happened. And we're going to have 47 or 48 houses directly adjacent to my property, and Dave Gerlach, I think he spoke earlier. He owns the other 25%, and Yorktown Road is the other. So technically, we owned 100% of the property around this property. He has 5 acres with one house. I've got 13 acres with one house. And now we're going to have 49 houses or 40, whatever the number is, right there on top of us, adjacent to us. And I'm against this one too because, I mean, Sweet Bay is a small road. I've lived in Flower Bluff for 66 years, and I see all of this going on. We never had issues around there. And I mean, we've had plane crashes. 2 of them crashed right there across the street from our property. And y'all allowed that other one to go through, and I sure hope y'all don't let these others go. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gohey. And I believe that was a planning commission. Mr. Gohey, I want to make sure it was clear, that was a planning commission meeting that I think you're referring to.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Okay. Bob Wilson?
Mayor, just to maybe add to that the Planning Commission is an advisory body to the City Council, so
Right.
they don't make law or zoning changes. They just advise the council.
Right.
Right.
Mr. Smith, you want to clarify?
Yes, what this was, that property was zoned R6. It was the plat that was coming to Planning Commission. So Planning Commission it never hit this body on there. So we never had a bite at that apple.
Yeah. Mr. Wilson?
My name is Bob Wilson. I came to Flower Bluff in 1957. Put my house at 3929 Sweet Bay in 64. This morning, I measured Sweet Bay Street in front of my house, which is one of the widest places. It was 15 feet from the edge of blacktop to edge of the blacktop. I measured this aisle right here this morning. It's 4 feet. So if you can visualize, we'll put this in perspective, which you can see. If you doubled this aisle and it went through the council chamber there, how would you feel if a dump truck came down that aisle? If you made that aisle 4 times, there would be a half for one dump truck, the other half for another dump truck. There's no place on either side really for a shoulder because there's ditches. This would be a terrible idea for this project to go through. This is what I said the last time I was here, and I still feel the same way now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Sylvia Campos?
Sylvia Campos, 4410 for District 2. Before I go on, I just want to sympathize with all the Flower Bluff residents here. We've been here, I guess, an hour and 10 minutes, and I hope that you do listen to them. We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. When I read that, I said, I have to repeat this to you. It's a Native American proverb. So, I'm here to address industrial district agreements. What are they? Who do they serve? If you go to the city website, you'll see one-page explanation. When you ask for a freedom of information on the actual IDA, you get 72 pages. By the way, it did not list how many are now signed on this last agreement. I am formally requesting that now. According to the city, we have had IDA since 1980, and the city manager renegotiates once every 10 years. But that's not always the case. I got involved attending the city council meetings back in 2018 when the city was, check this out, $20 million short in the budget. That was before you, sir. How could that be, was my response. We have all these companies and the port is expanding. Then that's when I discovered the IDAs and how these companies do not pay their fair share in city taxes. They almost also get a 40% discount on our water. So instead of all these companies, they get together and they pay one fee. It's a pilot. They also self-report any infractions to our city, water, and land. They do not have code enforcement officers like we do when we break an ordinance. The IDA was not set up to help cities. It was set up to help industry. Well, my friends, they have done that. They have prospered at the expense of the people's needs. They no longer serve a purpose. They are a hindrance to climate change and adding to our lack of quality of life. These companies are not going to pack up and leave. In other words, we no longer have to accept this. If the city council and the city manager are not willing to do this, then we should annex them. I'm going to say the island community, the Flower Bluff community, the Morningside neighborhood, none of them would put up with this. So the city manager dissolved the health department and Oasis Health District. He can do the same here. He can go back and do something about this. So, one other point. Desalinization plants would not be made up of would not be a made-up water crisis if these large companies would try to do a better job in recycling their water like ordinary citizens do. They need to pay their fair share. Thank you. And don't forget redistricting tonight, 6 o'clock.
Thank you, Ms. Campos. Okay, so now,
Thank you.
Yes, and that concludes our in-person public comment. We have about two people on WebEx, and then one on phone, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, that's correct, Mayor.
Okay.
Okay, so the first virtual public commenter is Sharon Del Sus.
Hi, I have actually a video for my public comment. If you can play that, that'd be great. I would like to urge the city to consider constructing protected bike paths. There is none at the moment. There is nothing in the city that looks like this. Corpus Christi is among the worst in America for bike paths. Pretty much all major cities in America have protected bike paths. Houston has them, Austin has them, and San Antonio has them, and they are building more and more. Now, I've been coming here for a year saying this, and the most you have done about it recently is paint on the road on Doddridge, and you call that a bike path. Paint on the road won't protect a baby in a bike trailer. Paint on the road won't protect my son or other kids on a bike. This is not my opinion. These are the official design guides from the Federal Highway Administration. Why won't you follow the official standards? Why won't you listen to the bike community? This is a wasted effort. This paint on the road is a waste of tax dollars. If you say you are going to do something for the bike community, listen to the bike community. Listen to the official guidelines. We are not a small community. 1 in 3 Americans own a bike. There are 10,000 miles of paved surface at least for pedestrians and cars, and we can't manage to have a few miles of that properly dedicated for cyclists. There is a whole segment of the population that cannot drive but can bike. Do you realize that? People who cannot get a driver's license for medical reasons. This is a huge list of conditions from the Texas Health and Human Services Department that prevents Texans from getting a driver's license. Heart problems, past drug problems, and even personality disorders can cause a person to lose a driver's license in Texas. Now, how are they supposed to get around? There are people who are too young to drive but want to work as well. Sidewalks are not feasible for cycling high speeds at 20 miles per hour, whereas pedestrians are just 4 miles per hour. And what about people who cannot afford to drive, that earn minimum wage? Gas prices are getting worse and worse, and we have to rely on dictators who go against American values for fuel. We need better transportation alternatives that are viable. The transportation needs of people who do not drive are not any less valid. There needs to be bike paths that are safe from cars, just like sidewalks. Pedestrian ways are not paint on the road because it isn't safe, so it shouldn't be the case for bike paths. You can separate with a curb, you can separate with bollards. The Federal Highway Administration clearly outlines many options. They never mentioned paint as the answer, yet that's what you did. Protected bike paths are a one-time investment and they last for 50 years at least. There are no monthly fees for insurance, healthcare costs, or maintenance or fuel, except calories. So please consider bike paths to be inclusive for.
Right, our next virtual commenter is Christopher Phelan.
Yes, Chris Phelan, 3806 Kingston Drive. You know, there's kind of a theme here. It's going to be studies that got ignored. You know, back in 2014, y'all got an award. Y'all had done a sustainability study.
Mr. Phelan, we've lost your audio.
Okay, can you
There-
hear me now?
Yes, now we can.
Okay. You got a grant and you did a study and you got an award for that study and then you ignored it. Okay. I want to talk about the 313 agreements. The Texas legislature did not renew the 313 agreements, and you were going to talk about the industrial district agreements today, and for some reason y'all pulled that off at the last minute. Y'all were going to go into executive session. We don't think that you should be going into executive session to discuss the IDA for Flint Hills. They've failed to live up to their side of the IDA because they didn't pay their taxes before they sued us. They withheld the taxes. That's part of the IDA, that they pay the taxes. They committed a lot of violations. They shouldn't have got their last IDA. But let's talk about some other things that other people have talked about. 98% of the businesses here are small businesses, but only 72 businesses here have industrial users district agreements. And then these small businesses and the residents have to subsidize these big companies and subsidize their water. And now you're going to go talk about it again. Well, 313's already gone, and it's time to move on from these industrial district agreements. The other thing you were going to talk about in executive session was purchasing the land for the Desal plant. We've already rejected that Desal plant. We sent you 4,000 signatures, just like all these people are going to find out. They're going to get ignored. We gave you a bunch of signatures, and people do not want to go and purchase land that's going to flood. Now, we'll revert back to another study, and we'll revert back to the NOAA climate sea rise report. I sent y'all. Armand Alex talked about it. And when you look at it, the land that you want to purchase from Coke, from Flint Hills for this desal plant that we don't want, it's going to flood. It's going to flood. And you're going to purchase that land. It should be a Superfund site. I've been in those tanks. Those tanks have rusted holes in it. It's already documented that those tanks have polluted the area over there. The 1.2 billion in tourism. Desal is going to ruin tourism. It's going to ruin the bay. Okay. We are at a very crucial moment in the climate, in our stewardship of the earth.
Mr.
And
Phelan?
we have to make the right decisions.
Your time is up, sir. If you want to wrap.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Phelan. We appreciate your comments. And our last phone-in caller actually is offline now. So that Mr. Phelan's comment concludes our public comment period, Mayor.
Okay. And then we have one phone?
No, ma'am. They dropped off.
Oh, they
the
dropped
call.
off.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, great. Well, that'll conclude our public comment for today, and we'll move on to Section G, City Manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. I do have 3 items to update us on our health district. I'm sorry. Okay.
Before we start that, just a point of order. Peter, a couple of meetings back, I asked for some additional information to be provided to myself and this council with regards to the antenna issue, and I'd like to see that follow up as soon as possible.
Yes, sir.
I haven't heard anything. And then finally, Mayor, I just want to thank the people from Flower Bluff for the very courteous and professional way in which they conducted themselves today. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Councilman Pusley, we have a draft. I just need to review it with Miles, but Miles, we followed through on what you asked for. So we have the small cell regulations documented, and I'm just going to review it with him, then we'll get it to the full council. And then with respect to that Peppermill cell node, so Peter Collins, as some of our speakers have said, was out at the site last week with AT&T, and he has a follow-up meeting this week. So some progress has been made. We included, as part of the conversation with AT&T, the option or the possibility of relocating it, and that's to be determined. They know it's on the table. They know that we offered to help in the financial cost if council approves as an option. So we're in full conversation with AT&T. The IT director, Peter Collins, and AT&T both were at the site last week, and they'll be back again this week. Okay.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so there's 3 things to update you on this morning. Our health district update. It's been about a week since the city took over the health district. I'm going to talk to you about spring break, which we're in right now, and then give you an update on our SOS, our Save Our Streets Squared Pothole Repair Initiative. So to begin with, last Tuesday on March 1, that marked a historic day for the city of Corpus Christi and Nueces County and the Coastal Bend community. That day, the city became the sole operator of the Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District and began using a new business model a week ago today. The business model will strengthen and improve public health outcomes for our community. Residents will now receive more and better access to public health services with more accountability to taxpayer dollars. The new public health district will enhance the city's health awareness, our health initiatives, and our health programs. So beginning last Monday, we reopened all of our programs. Many of them had been closed because of the pandemic and different leadership who elected to close them. So all of them were reopened last week, and the staff, I must say, was very excited to be in this new business model, very excited to be back open to the public, and very excited to be back in business. Just to remind the council and the community, we provide immunizations beyond COVID-19, offering vaccines to protect children from severe illness. These immunizations are for uninsured children or for those persons that are covered under Medicaid, so free of charge at our health district building, and we go out to the community. We do have a tuberculosis clinic, so the tuberculosis clinic provides TB testing for somebody that may think they have tuberculosis or to somebody that may have been exposed to somebody that has TB. We have an STD, sexually transmitted disease, and an HIV clinic there that for the first time we're partnering on-site with the Coastal Bend Wellness Group. They've asked for many years to be with us at that Horn building, and they're there now beginning Monday, bringing their resources to the table, so they're providing free treatment as well. We want to thank that partner, the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation. Our vital records are still being provided right now under the current model. They're actually here at City Hall for birth and death certificates. We have a WIC, Nutrition, Women, Infant, and Children program where we provide nutritional information and foods to clients who meet the requirements. We have environmental health. The Health District offers free food handler courses in English and Spanish, and food inspections and a food manager's permit as well. So that's a big part of our business. And then we know that we have a high diabetes rate in our community. We're going to address that as time moves forward, but there is a diabetes prevention and a patient navigator services to help persons with diabetes, giving them good information to help them self-manage that situation. So for more information on our health district, persons can call our number there, which is 361-826-7200, to get more information on those and other services that they might have questions on. More programs and more programs from our new health district will be forthcoming, and I'll brief the council as we do those. We know that in the contract that City Council approved, we're going to be expanding service to the rural parts of Nueces County with that mobile bus that had a ribbon cutting ceremony, I think last week. And then we'll also be in Robstown, Texas in the Calderon building twice a month, also soon to come. So I'll keep the council and the community up to speed on the progress there.
And Peter, please do. This report is extremely important in what we're doing. That in some cases will be new, but in some cases it just wasn't happening.
Right.
And I'm going to go with, I think when I don't recall the list exactly, but it was 8 to 10 different services that were not being provided to our residents, and that's very important to note. Because that's what this leadership provides now. That's one of the things, as you say. But please do keep us very much informed of everything that we are doing there that increases the services or adds to, as you just mentioned, for our residents.
I will, Mayor.
Thank you.
This has been a great first week. And, you know, the staff, when I went over there last week to commemorate, the difference between the look in their faces on Tuesday of last week versus about 5 months ago was a very stark difference. We had excited professionals ready to serve this community, and they were very excited about it.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Mayor. Peter, is Steve Vera, you appointed him as interim director of the new health district. Is that a permanent assignment, or is this?
No.
You're still looking?
Right. Yeah. The term interim is just that. So as we conduct, we're using a recruiter that we use here in the city for some of the executive appointments. We're in the process of interviewing. We're still taking applications. The recruiter's searching locally, statewide, and nationally as well.
Okay.
So when we have a vacancy, we want to make sure there's a continuity in leadership, and we'll put what we think is the best person to kind of keep the business running while we search and secure that leader.
Yeah, and I think Steve's an excellent choice for that. I mean, most of what you're dealing with now is human resources issues, and Steve's an expert in that. So.
Right. Yes, sir.
So, yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Okay, we're going to shift our focus to spring break. Unless
Peter, I'm sorry. Mayor, is my button not working?
No.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh, it's on now. Yeah.
All right.
Yes,
there
sir.
you go. Yeah, I just one more thing to add, Peter. And you know, once again, I want to commend your team and yourself for really getting it together. You know, one thing is that I might suggest is that obviously there's a lot of uncertainty in the community. You know, there's those that were obviously opposed to us doing this in the community, not only just legislatively, but you know, perhaps the communications department can put something together to indicate all the services that we provide, so that way the community can really understand. There's several people that I've talked to that in some cases felt like it was still the department within itself, that was run by the county, whatever they say. So I think there's some questions here that maybe gives us the opportunity to make this a big win for us to say, okay, these are the services we provide, and this is what you go buy it.
Right.
Just, as always, my 2 cents.
No, that's good. We appreciate it, Councilman. So on part of the work with the professionals over the past 5 months has been to have them focus on specific areas. One of the 8 focus groups that we had with staff was communications, to include how do we brand ourselves, how do we communicate to the community. We did a week ago put out a media release on day 1 that had all the services, but obviously that doesn't reach everybody. So there's a strategy that we'll continue to use to communicate with the full region, not just Corpus Christi, but Nueces County and the region. And so some of that staff input that we got from those focus groups, they've given us some real good ideas on how to do that, so that's coming as well.
Yeah, and also I want to commend your staff for your work with the Commissioners Court, with each particular precinct. All 4 of them have spoke to me about the yeoman's work that your team has done.
Right. Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, Mayor, we're going to talk about spring break now. So we are in spring break. The city of Corpus Christi is welcoming visitors today, this week, and for the next 3 weeks to our attractions and beaches, both the Gulf-facing beaches and our bay beaches. Now, we know that it doesn't seem like it outside, right? It's a little cooler this week. But by next week, the weather will warm up. So we're getting National Weather Service updates every day on the weather. And I'm pretty confident in saying that next week's going to be a real nice week weather-wise, some nice sunny days and warmer temperatures. And that's the majority of when the spring breakers will be here, is next week. So something new we did in the I think last year was our first year, is we convened all of the stakeholders that have something to do with spring break in the city and outside of the city. Some of our partners like TxDOT, Visit Corpus Christi, our key departments like the police and fire department and streets, and we got everybody together. It's about 40 some odd people to talk. It takes over an hour about what are we doing for spring break? How are we ready? What's the weather? What's the traffic plan? What's TxDOT doing with some of the road closures? So we did that last week, and I'm going to tell you some of the highlights from that. I think we're prepared. This city does know how to prepare for things, unforeseen things like hurricanes, but we also know how to prepare for major events like spring break. And so that network of team effort and coordination has come through again for the spring break. So for lifeguards, we'll be using mobile units on the Gulf beaches, the city's parks and recreation departments. We do want to encourage visitors to follow the flag warnings. And so on each of the entryways onto the Gulf beaches, there's a flag station there telling you what the flag color is of the day. And we want to make sure our patrons and community is aware of those, because of the riptide can be very dangerous. There will be a lane for emergency vehicles on the Gulf beaches. That'll be from Zahn Road to Newport Pass Road. So an emergency lane in case an EMS unit or a police unit has to get to somebody, there'll be a clear access lane. The police department will set up, as they usually do, an island command post, and patrol units will be on the beach for underage drinking and DWI enforcement. They'll be looking for both of those, underage drinking and DWI enforcement. The police department will be monitoring the traffic flow on Aquarius and other key intersections along Park Road 22, including Whitecap Boulevard, Commodore's Drive, and the State Highway. We still, even with that, there may be a slight delay, but not only is the police watching it on ground, but we're watching it from our cameras that we have there, and we're also counting the vehicles. So we'll be doing a much better job than 3 years ago at managing the traffic coming on to spring break. Now, a couple of updates from TxDOT. I'm going to start from Cal Allen to the island. So we know that up there at I-37, just a little bit north of Levante Park, there's that big bridge reconstruction project. The northbound exit ramp to Levante has been closed, and you have to go a little bit further north and turn around to get to the park. But for spring break, they're going to reopen that exit northbound to get to Levante Park. We know that a lot of visitors will go there. Now in South Padre Island Drive, what they call the ramp reversal project, that's been going on for some time. That'll be paused also during spring break to reduce traffic congestion. Good. And then on the JFK Causeway, in case you haven't heard yet, we know that that's under several months of construction. Since last week, all 4 lanes have been reopened, and this is just temporary through spring break, so it'll be for 3 weekends and 2 weeks. And so that last week of spring break, the week of March 21, which is a little bit slower, they'll begin to reconfigure that construction zone and go back to 1 lane in each direction. So now and through the next 2 weeks, all 4 lanes will be open, but it will go back to that 1 lane because they're still doing work there. TxDOT has some good news on the ferries at Port Aransas. A couple years ago, not all were in operation, but this year, all of them are in operation, and they can be at full capacity to get people onto the island through that part of the community as well. The city's parks, as we mentioned, Labonte Park, but many of them are open and ready for visitors. Our Collier Pool and Natatorium and splash pads will also be open during the weeks of spring break with free admission. So we do have a dedicated web page for persons to get all this information and more. It's cctexas.com/spring break. That includes information on beaches and where you can get a beach permit. It also has some details on some of the downtown and local attractions that'll be taking place. Also a reminder of Vision Zero. We know City Council has embraced that policy. It's basically an educational awareness campaign to make sure that we're aware of pedestrians walking on bicycles, but also persons in vehicles. The goal is 0 deaths in your vehicle or outside of your vehicle from pedestrian or bike. So we want to make sure people are aware of that as well. So that's it on that, unless there's any questions.
Yeah,
Okay.
Councilman Smith.
Well, thank you. Peter, I would like to give a huge shout out to TxDOT on there when they came before us and with the traffic plan on the Intercoastal Bridge. It was going to be closed for spring break. We commented on that, and they went to the time and expense to accomplish opening this up. And it doesn't come for free. So thank you very much, TxDOT, for doing this, for that, listening to this body and opening it up. And I'd also like to thank Public Works that for spring break, the Water Exchange Bridge is going to 4 lanes of traffic. Supposed to be on the 11th. It's already open right now. So engineering, Public Works, there are a few bumps in the road on that. Haas Anderson, the contractors, thanks for getting traffic on the island flowing like it does.
And we also have to thank them because they're also opening it up in May from beach to bay.
Yes.
And that's a huge plus. It couldn't happen otherwise. So
We
thank
agree,
you
yeah.
for that.
Yeah, TxDOT's done a great job, and thank you for pointing
Yeah,
that out.
thank
We
you,
appreciate
Greg.
them. Okay, and then one final thing on roads is our pothole repair initiative, what we refer to as SOS Squared, Saving Our Streets Squared. So the mayor and council and myself and teams began this initiative on Monday, January 10, and it was an effort to clear the backlog of pothole requests. So we know we still have potholes, we're still filling them every day. But prior to January 10, we had our work orders were jammed up, basically. There was too many prior call-ins, and the teams that we had didn't have enough capacity to address them all. So we had close to 900 work orders that had to be cleared out. And so we did that. So with the mayor and city council's direction, the staff worked to contract with 2 of our private sector firms out there that are helpful to us in this area. That's Bay Limited and Raytech. They assisted the city teams who worked 7 days a week. The city council approved $1.4 million to those 2 private firms, and then we put our staff working 7 days a week. The backlog program was going to take about 45 days, and we completed it a little bit over that. It took us about 50 days. That's not bad.
Not bad.
Given some of the weather delays. So as of this Sunday is when they did the last count. We completed 95%, or 839 of those backlog work orders. Many work orders included the repair of multiple potholes. In all, through Sunday, we filled about 33,700 potholes through the program. The initiative, as I mentioned, was 50 days, and we're almost done. We'll be done this week. Now, I know I've seen them myself this morning, and I know the community does. There's still potholes out there. This program wasn't to fix all potholes. It was get all the backlog taken care of so that when new requests come in, we can get to them quicker. We know that our streets are priority number 1. We know that rain, like we've had these last couple of days, and neglected streets can form potholes quicker than in other areas. So the potholes are on our list. If people have called them in, or if we're proactively identifying them, we'll continue to fill those as quick as we can. We know that the city, and this city council especially, has made streets priority number 1. In the past 3 years, this council has budgeted $340 million and street reconstruction. That includes bond funds and our maintenance programs that we have in our annual budget. So we know that keeping streets priority number one is just what we're doing. We'll continue to fill those potholes. We ask that the community, if they see them, call them in. We do have some crews that try to isolate, drive around and see where they are and put them into their schedule for the day. But if somebody sees a pothole, we do want you to call it in. That number is our 826 city number, 826-2489. And we'll continue to work on these and streets overall.
Great, Peter.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, let me ask you on, once we finish, which we're finishing up the initiative, the
Right.
SOS Squared, we'll be able, are you confident we'll be able to keep up with the current log that
Yes,
comes in?
yeah, so one thing we need to develop, that the department's developing, is a response rate. So in some cities, if a pothole's called in, within 2 days, it should be filled. That's like the service level agreement.
Right.
And we have to identify what ours is. I don't have it today. But when a pothole's called in, we should be having it filled within a few days, right? And I'll have an update to council soon. I think that the crews that we have will continue to work. We know that we ordered, city council approved, last council meeting, another pothole repair truck.
Right.
An appropriate vehicle that keeps the asphalt hot. It has all the machinery and equipment right on the truck. So we have new equipment coming in, which we've trained and retrained the crews. And we can always fall back on the private sector if we need to again.
Okay, and maybe you can give us a report next time too
Okay.
on the vacancies.
Yes.
In Public Works.
Right.
Okay.
We did have a good job fair about 3 weeks ago,
Mhm.
and we were able to hire over, I think it was close to 20 individuals.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, to bring on board. So, right.
Okay.
So we'll keep doing that as well.
Great,
Yes.
great. Thank you, Peter.
Okay.
That concludes your report?
That concludes my report.
Wonderful. Okay, so we'll move on to Section H, Board and Committee Appointments. So Ms. Huerta?
All right, Mayor, our first board is the Construction Trade Advisory and Appeals Board. So there are 3 vacancies representing the categories of 1 engineer architect, 1 plumber contractor, and 1 master plumber. So staff is recommending the postponement of the plumber contractor for further recruitment. So that would leave us with 2 positions to fill today, the engineer architect and the master plumber. However, staff is recommending the realignment of one of the members. He is an engineer, so he's eligible for that slot. He's currently his name is Jared Murdes, and he's currently serving as the HVAC technician representative on the committee. So we would ask the council if we could realign Mr. Murdes to this engineer position.
Move to realign Mr. Murdes to
Second.
the engineering.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so then that would leave us, that creates a vacancy for an HVAC technician. So you do have 1 application in your packets for an individual who fills that category. Okay.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Any opposed say no.
so that would be Chad Rolston, just
Chad,
for-
I'm sorry, yes, thank
Right.
you for,
Okay,
sorry, thank you.
so
Mr.
we'll be
President.
appointing Chad Rolston to that category.
Okay, any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, we have, that would leave us with that master plumber position. And you do have two applications to choose from that one.
Nominate Mike Dildy.
Dildy, okay. Okay,
Okay.
no further
Any other-
nominations?
Yeah, nominations, no? Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so Mr. Dildy's appointed, thank you. So next we have the Planning Commission and the Airport Zoning Board. So for this commission, Planning Commission members automatically serve as Airport Zoning Commission members. They serve coterminously. So if we handle the Planning Commission appointment, we can also make that motion to appoint that same individual to the Airport Zoning Commission. So there is 1 vacancy on the Planning Commission and on the Airport Zoning Commission as well. And we can open the floor for nominations at this time.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Mike Munoz.
Okay. Is there any other nominations?
Jabid Matagi, okay.
Jivy, okay. Jivy, okay. Any other nominations? Okay.
Okay, so we have one slot, so we'll go ahead and start the voting. With Mr. Barrera, if we could.
Munoz.
Mr. Hunter.
Munoz.
Okay. Mr. Pesley. Mr. Martinez. Mayor.
Matagi.
Mr. Smith.
Munoz.
Mr. Ledma.
Matagi.
Mr. Molina.
Munoz.
And Mr. Hernandez.
Watagi.
Okay, Mr. Munoz is appointed. And also, just for clarity, he's also appointed to the Airport Zoning Commission. So it's to the Planning Commission and to the Airport Zoning Commission. Okay, the last board for consideration is the Reinvestment Zone Number 3 board. That's the downtown board, downtown TERS. So there's one vacancy representing the category of Downtown Management District. The DMD recommends the reappointment of James Sedgwick.
You want to change?
Second.
Okay.
Multiple
Oh,
seconds.
well, no, let's clarify it.
Is there an issue?
Yeah, there was one issue from what Mr. Councilman Smith stated. He thought he was looking at the airport planning board.
Yeah, I was a little bit confused between the airport and the zone, planning.
Well, they both said, so,
Yeah,
right, they serve
and
concurrently?
my mistake on it.
Oh,
So
right.
I would have nominated another person if that was the case.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to go back on? What do you want to do?
Well, I want to follow the will of the council on this. We've done it. If you all want to reopen it, we'll do it. If not, we voted.
I'm sorry, point of information, I missed what you're asking.
He thought we were voting for he didn't realize it was airport. If it was airport,
And-
he was going to nominate someone.
Yeah.
And
Oh.
it was planning, but planning serves on airport, so.
Yeah.
Well, it's not the airport board, it's the Airport Planning Commission, right?
Yeah, it's a
After the
zoning
airport, yes.
commission. yeah.
Right.
Correct.
So they're two different boards, right?
Yes, they're
Yeah.
two very
Yes.
different boards
Okay.
on there, so. But like I say, I'll defer to the will of the council on this.
The will of the council.
Point of information,
Good
just to be clear, everybody that's on the Planning Commission is also on the Airport Planning
That's
Commission.
right,
So
yeah.
are
It's
you
just
asking
an
to have somebody
automatic.
separate?
No,
for-
no, he
No.
was confused, so he did nominate some.
Yeah.
He would have nominated someone.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, thank you.
right. Okay, well. Greg, let's just move on. We'll just move on. Okay.
Okay.
We're just going to go ahead and move on.
All right, so we were actually, Mr. Pesley had made a motion to appoint James Sedgwick, and the second was Mr. Ledma. Okay, great.
And this is for,
For the Reinvestment Zone Number 3 board, there was the vacancy for the DMD, and the DMD was recommending Mr. Sedgwick. So we had actually gotten to the point where we had a motion and a second.
okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to Section J, consent agenda items number 3 through 10. Do we have any requests from council members to pull an item for individual consideration?
Mayor, if I could ask the question for clarity, but I don't see Josh here, so maybe I'll just pull it, it's number 10.
You're wanting to pull number 10?
Yes.
Okay,
I just want to clear something up.
sure. Number 10. Does anyone else have any other items? Item number 5 and item number 8. Any other items? Okay, there being none, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items number 5, 8, and 10.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 5 is an ordinance authorizing acceptance and appropriation of a donation in the amount of $100,000 from the Chenier Foundation. Mr. Pesley.
Yes, Mayor, I just wanted to once again recognize the Chenier Foundation for their generous contribution to our
Right.
homeless services, and the Coastal Bend Center for Independent Living. I think this was an amazing thing for them to do, and the Chenier Foundation has been very generous in this community. They've been longtime sponsors of the Texas State Aquarium and other very important projects around our community. So I just wanted to once again thank
Good.
them and make a,
Great.
with
Well-
that, I would move to approve.
Okay, wonderful. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 8 is an ordinance amending section 36-10 of the city's Code of Ordinances to clarify the curfew applicable to Cole Park Plaza and confirm that fishing on the pier is allowed at all times. Mr. Pusley.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Dante, can you explain a little bit how this is going to be policed? And, you know, we essentially are saying that the only people who are going to be permitted on the pier after 10 p.m. at night and to use the parking lot are those that are using the pier for fishing. They must have, besides their fishing equipment, they must have a valid Texas Parks and Wildlife license or show that they're not subject to that license. But I just wonder, how are we going to police that? Are we going to have somebody stationed there all night long, or what's going to be the process?
Right, so Dr. Dante Gonzalez, Interim Director of Parks and Recreation. So the reason why we're bringing this item forward to council is to clarify the language in order to be able to police it properly. In the past, because of the new addition of the plaza was integrated as part of the park amenities. So that part was in an effort to clarify that you can go through the plaza to access the pier. The pier has always been able to fish from the pier 24/7, and that's always been part of the ordinance. In terms of policing, this is going to help clarify so that the police department, in coordination of this particular amendment, was done so that they can address it properly and they can be able to address it with the community.
No, I understand that, but and maybe Chief Markle wants to comment on this, how are we going to accomplish that?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have, Dr. Dante, we have security 24 hours.
Right, so right now we do have security guards 24/7. We have a
So-
security guard there on
Okay,
site.
so our security guards will be in charge of making sure that everybody that's accessing the plaza and the pier are licensed appropriately.
And if I may, not to interrupt you, but it might serve the opposite. If there are people there who are not fishing and maybe not supposed to be there, this would allow a tool by which to say you can't be here, you know, doing bad
No,
things.
I
Yeah.
completely understand that. I just wanted to be clear, if somebody asks, how are we going to enforce this policy?
Right.
We're going to have somebody there 24/7.
Yeah,
and
we do right
essentially-
now, Councilman.
We do.
So as you know, we have security 24/7.
Okay.
Plus, we have a police department that surveils the area. They drive in through the night various times. So
Okay.
between Corpus Christi Police Department and our contract security guards, it'll be enforced.
Okay.
This just gives them clarity, especially the police department. Was one of the reasons we're bringing this forward.
Okay.
Is so that this clarity, so a police officer exercises the right discretion.
Okay.
They have something in writing that says, okay, I can do this. In
Okay.
part, that's what it is.
Okay.
So,
Yes, sir.
Peter, I have a question.
All right. Yeah, that's all I
About
had.
the
I'm
security.
sorry, let me, Mr. Molina's light is on, and then Mr. Lerma.
Thank you. Peter, the last update I had gotten from you way back was that we were going to have security guards placed there for 90 days. When does that date end?
I think I'm not sure when the 90th day ends, but I think we're going to keep them there for long term. And we'll look in the budget to maybe have full-time staff instead of contract, so we'll do the business case analysis. The 90 days was the first thought because of the newness of the park. But we did have one act of vandalism already.
Yeah.
And the security guards have helped to, in the daytime especially, provide some type of information to the guests. So I think we're going to keep them there indefinitely, is the plan at this point.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a great idea, and I'm supportive of that, of course. But
Yes.
like I was saying, the last update was 90 days, and
Right.
so if we're going to move forward, I I am going to be supportive, but I would like to know where that funding is coming from also.
Yeah, it's coming from the parks budget, so we identified reallocation of funding to be able to support that security.
Where did that come from?
Do you know exactly where, Dr. Dante?
Right, so the funding's actually coming from several different funds. So one of them is our park operations, and the other funding is going to come from additional shot funding, since this is a tourist attraction. So
State hotel tax, state hotel occupancy tax is a shot.
And we do currently have 6 security guards there that are specifically for the seawall and as well as for Cole Park, and they operate during the day. We're looking to expand that into the night.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dante. Mr. Lerma.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a follow-up question from Councilman Pusley. He stated that who's going to be monitoring the pier, and he was asking the question that who's going to check to see if they have the proper identifications to get on the pier to fish? Is that within our scope?
No, we
We
won't
can't
be.
do that.
Yeah, I don't think we're checking.
We
Are you
can't
checking
check.
the, do you
So
check to see if
fishing
they have a
licenses.
license?
The security guards don't actively check for fishing license.
Right, that's what
Yeah.
The police department is
You
able
guys
to
check it?
request, in addition
Okay.
to
Yeah,
the
so
Texas Parks
Chief-
and Wildlife.
Right, Chief Markle's here, so the police, Corpus Christi police have the ability. and,
That's what I wanted to find out.
Yeah, they
I
have
needed to
the-
let the public know that part.
Right, Chief, do you want to speak to that? Yeah, you guys can check, right, not just the state parks, right?
Yeah, Mike Markle, Police Department. Yeah, that's a great question, Councilman. Yeah, it's right of access. You know, when you have security guard there, they can call us. It gives us access to these folks, and if we need to check an ID or check whether they have the ability to fish, then we can do so. Sir. And we also have cameras. You've invested in cameras, additional cameras down there. So
Right.
there's lots of oversight on this pier. And
Right.
It's a big deal.
As there should be.
Yep.
Thank you very much. I will entertain a motion to approve item number 10.
So
I'm
moved.
sorry, item number 8.
So moved.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And then we'll go to the last item pulled by Mr. Hernandez. Item number 10 is a motion authorizing a 5-year rental agreement for the lease of a Konica Minolta copier for the print shop. Mr. Hernandez, your question.
Okay, and this is something very simple, is that, you know, I know we're going through Sourcewell, and this is one of the like a buy board, where you can get, you know, I guess you can look for discounted services and products. However, we did do a local process, and I know that was addressed in there, a local preference. But it seems like to me that this kind of service can be provided locally. Did we look into any local sources for this particular product?
Yes, sir. I did. I conducted bids before we elected to go on the buy board. The discounts that I was seeing when we were doing bids were only in the 10 to 15% range off of the MSRP, and Sourcewell had a 45% discount, and so it really came down to the dollars.
Actually, so in light of that, if you can include that in your memos going forward, so we know that
Absolutely.
we're seeing a local effort, and that we can say we're adhering to our own ordinance. Okay.
Yeah, just as a reminder, so we did the ordinance in 2 phases. The first one was professional services.
Right.
That has the local preference point. So as we score those professional and construction services, as we score those, there'll be guaranteed points for local companies. Phase 2 is the goods and services like this one here, and that's going to come back to the council in about a year?
About 6 months.
6 months for the next
Okay, it was
fiscal year.
discussed in the presentation, so
Right.
I just want to make sure that we're actually looking at it.
Yes, sir.
And that you do have some communication to that, and that we see it on a regular basis.
Absolutely. It will be built into all the procurement detail in the future whenever we're conducting
Right.
anything with local preference. You guys
Right.
will all be able to see that.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank
And
you.
with
I'll
that,
entertain a motion
I'll make a
to
motion to
approve
approve.
item number 10.
Make a motion to approve.
Is there a
Sorry.
second?
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
You seconded, okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've made a couple of print shop employees very happy in the
Yes.
basement.
His name is Brooks. Okay, at this time, it's 2 p.m. The council will go into executive session on items 22 per Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.072. going to go ahead and reconvene the meeting. We have no action after our executive session. We're going to go straight to section L, public hearings, items 11 through 14. So item 11 is an ordinance authorizing acceptance and appropriation of $4.2 million from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for implementation of the Home Investment Partnership Program, American Rescue Plan.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Buxton with Neighborhood Services. Can I have the next slide, please? The item before you is the home allocation from the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. It's in the amount of $4,213,937. This is being awarded through an existing program as the mechanism for delivery. It's the Home Investment Partnerships Program. This is a one-time funding allocation, and these are in addition to the city's regular annual allocation of home funds. Like the annual home allocation, these funds are on a reimbursement basis. HUD will release up to 5% of the funding for planning and administrative purposes on a reimbursement basis before we have our home ARP allocation plan complete. And all of these funds must be expended by September 2030. Next slide, please. There are 4 different uses or eligible activities, but all of the eligible activities must decrease homelessness and increase housing stability. Those 4 eligible activities are the development and support of affordable housing, tenant-based rental assistance, supportive services, and acquisition and development of non-congregate shelter. The use of the funds must agree with the needs we're going to identify through the required planning process. Next slide, please. So who can we help with these funds? They can only be used to benefit certain qualifying populations. Those are persons who are homeless, persons who are at risk of homelessness, those fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, stalking, or trafficking. And there are other populations where providing supportive services or assistance would prevent the family's homelessness. Next slide, please. So what's the home ARP process? So we've received an award from HUD. HUD's been providing rules, regulations, and implementation guidance, and the staff has been studying those. We're requesting your acceptance of the funds. We'll develop the home ARP allocation plan and then submit it to HUD for approval, and then we'll be able to allocate funds for project implementation. Next slide, please. The home ARP planning process, we can access up to 5% of the total award for planning and administrative activities to develop our allocation plan. It includes an extensive public participation process, a needs assessment, and a gap analysis. And there are required consultations with specific groups, and those include our groups that provide services to the beneficiaries we're supposed to serve, the Housing Authority, groups that address civil rights, and groups that address the needs of persons with disabilities. Next slide, please. So what does our public participation look like? We'll conduct the required consultations and the required, oh, my screen went black, there we go. Required public hearings, public input sessions, an online survey, and acceptance of written comments. Next slide. Oh, that's the end. And I'm here for your questions.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you, Jennifer. What is a non-congregate shelter?
So if,
Me
yeah,
too.
all right.
That's what I was.
So think of an overnight emergency shelter with bunk beds. That's congregate. Now think of a shelter that is transitional housing where each family is behind its own door and has its own bathroom. Non-congregate. It's still a shelter, but it's transitional housing. A nursing home is non-congregate shelter sometimes. But think of it like common room bunk bed, congregate, individual room with an individual door, non-congregate.
Thank you.
Councilman Bonetta.
Jennifer, how do you determine at risk of homelessness? What determines at risk of homelessness?
There are multiple factors that can determine that, but almost any renter or almost any household that's got income at or below 30% of the area median income is considered at risk of homelessness. Also, if somebody has been kicked out of their home for whatever reason and they're sleeping on their brother's couch, that person is at risk of homelessness. So there are multiple qualifying factors, but anybody in town, 30% area median income or lower, is automatically at risk of homelessness.
Councilman Pusley.
Jennifer, on the term of providing, was it affordable housing or that was listed on with the non-congruent?
Can you bring up the slide presentation again, please?
Bring up, this is one of the first slides.
Let's go to slide 3, please.
Yeah.
For eligible activities, development and support of affordable housing, tenant-based rental assistance, supportive services, and acquisition and development of non-congregate shelter.
Okay, how do we define affordable housing? Do we have limits on the cost of that housing, or is it, does rental property, is that part of that? I mean, what's under that definition?
So affordable rental housing is usually, there's multiple things, but think of people, what they pay, and who they are. So the place has to qualify, and the place qualifies by having an affordable rent. The people qualify by being low income. This is a little bit different because normally in the home program or any other affordable housing program, including the 9% tax credits, people have to be below a certain income to qualify. Right. This program is different because if you do affordable rental housing, 70% of the folks have to meet those qualified beneficiary status when they move in, and the other 30% can be low income. So this is a little bit different because it's not, the affordable part comes from the rent, but when somebody moves in, they don't necessarily have to meet an income standard.
So this is rental property only? Or can this be ownership of a home?
It could be ownership of I don't have the answer to that off the top of my head. I don't think so, but
okay.
We could look.
Okay. I just want to understand how we define affordable housing. There's several ways you can look at that. I mean, I have people tell me all the time that the houses that they build in the RS 4.5 are affordable housing.
Even if it is eligible under certain circumstances, I'm running through my head and I'm finding it hard to come up with a scenario where one of our qualified beneficiaries would qualify out of the gate for home ownership based on the income of somebody fleeing one of these situations or coming out of one of these situations.
Okay.
So, but I'll get a better answer for you.
Okay, all right, if you would, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions. Ms. Bexon, thank you. And now I will open a public hearing. Is there anyone in the public who would like to make comment on item number 11? Okay, there being none, I'll close public hearing. Let's see here. So I will go ahead and entertain
I move for approval.
a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 12 is a zoning case 0122-02 RFW AG Limited, located in District 5.
Okay, we're up. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 6636 Yorktown Boulevard from FR Farm Rural District to RM2 Multifamily District. The property is located along the north side of Yorktown Boulevard, east of Cimarron Boulevard, and west of Rodfield Road. The applicant is RFW AG Limited. The purpose of this rezoning is to allow for the construction of an apartment complex. The property totals 12.17 acres in size, and it is not platted. To the north is Master Drainage Channel 31, and beyond that is vacant properties, vacant land zoned RM1. To the south, across Yorktown Boulevard, is Billwood Park, zoned RS6. To the west is a mini storage facility, zoned FR, Farm Rural District, and further to the west is a residential subdivision zoned RS6, Single Family 6 District. To the east is another mini storage facility zoned CG2, General Commercial District, and also to the east is a large single-family tract zoned FR, Farm Rural District. 8 notices were mailed out within the 200-foot notification area. 0 were returned in opposition. 0 were returned in favor. Staff analysis and recommendations. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, compatible with the adjacent properties, and it does not have a negative impact on the surrounding area. Additionally, as we said, the subject property is across the street from Billwood Park and down the street from the Delmar South campus. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Hernandez.
All right. Man, I feel sorry for the people in the neighborhood on the corner there on Yorktown. They were just outside that little zone where they are notified. And they have another apartment complex on the other side of them that was just approved. This was the one we just recently received, the change in the easement, correct? Last week?
Easement, not sure. Explain more. I'm not sure of the context.
Well, there was, or maybe it was further down. We had a request to give up an easement and they changed it to a different location. Is this that property?
I don't think so.
Or is that one
It
further
doesn't sound
down?
familiar to me, right?
It's not the same property on Yorktown? So that was, I think that might have been further down. Okay. I don't necessarily have an issue here, but I did want to bring up something, that this is close to where the pedestrian bridge was supposed to go over drainage ditch 31. Is that still, these individuals that are going to live in this apartment complex would probably utilize that if they're going to get along the walking trail.
That's a good assumption, yes.
Do you have any updates on that?
Well, it's a land development issue. You're talking about connectivity, right?
Well, we gave up the easement for the road.
Understood.
Right, so there's got to be connectivity, especially if these individuals are going to be, if you have anybody who lives there that goes to Veterans Memorial.
Exactly. And so this is something that we would address at the planning stage, but yes, we would look for connectivity, of course.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay. Councilman Smith.
Thank you. So Al, this is on the 4-lane section of Yorktown, correct?
Yes.
It's not on the tight, it's between Del Mar and Staples or Cimarron. Okay.
Yes.
So we don't have any traffic problems like we have further down Yorktown?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, there being no further questions from council, I will open public hearing. Is there any public comment for item number 12 from the public? Okay, there being none, I'll close public hearing. Is the applicant here? And no. Okay, applicant not here. So I'll close public hearing and entertain a motion to approve the ordinance.
So moved.
Yeah.
Second.
What say you, District Council?
I don't have a problem with it. It's development that, you have 2 mini storages on either side of it. There's really, it's not an issue.
Yeah. Okay, we have a motion, and do we have a second? Did we have a second? Gil, did you second? Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 13 is a zoning case number 0122-03, Church Unlimited, located in District 5. Mr. Raymond.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 3402 Rodfield Road from RS6 Single Family 6 District to RS6 SP Single Family 6 District with a special permit. The property is located along the east side of Rodfield Road, south of Brooks Road, and north of Slaw Road. Sorry, and the applicant is, of course, Church Unlimited. The purpose of this request is to allow for a larger wall-mounted sign to be placed on a place of worship. The property totals 9.7 acres in size, and it is platted. To the north and east is an apartment complex zoned RM1 multifamily district. To the south is a single-family residential subdivision zoned RS 4.5 and an elementary school zoned RS 6. To the west, across Rodfield Road is vacant land zoned FR Farm Rule District and a large lodge zoned CG2 General Commercial District. 20 notices were mailed out within the 200-foot notification area. 1 was returned in opposition. 0 were returned in favor. The 1 in opposition indicates that 0.68% of the landowners within the 200-foot notification area are opposed to this rezoning. It's interesting to note that the 1 in opposition, their concern was that the bass from the music that's played at the church reverberates so that it disturbs the entire neighborhood. And they have reached out to the church over these 18 years. I think the church is, 8 years. I think the church has been there 8 years and has not been able to get the church to, I guess, reduce or lower that volume, and that's their concern. Staff analysis and recommendation. The property will maintain the base zoning of RS6, Single Family 6 District. A larger sign will not negatively impact the adjacent properties, as the wall-mounted sign will only be located along the building face the building wall or building elevation that faces Rodfield Road. Currently, the subject property is limited to 40 square feet of sign, and that sign cannot be lit. The special permit conditions, as always, the use only authorizes the special permit as those permitted by right and the base zoning as described per the UDC. Wall-mounted sign provisions. A wall-mounted sign shall be permitted based on these following conditions. The maximum size of the sign area should not exceed 25% of the building elevation that faces Rodfield Road. The sign must be attached to the structure, and that attachment can't extend more than 36 inches from the face of the structure. And the sign, we're allowing the sign to be internally lit. Other requirements, as always, this special permit does not preclude applicable compliance with the UDC building or fire codes. And a sign permit application, a complete sign permit application must be submitted within 12 months or this special permit will expire. I thought I could get a sign. Andrew, did we load the sign? It's not, let's see. Okay, it's not on here. Oh, sorry. One second, I wanted to show you this sign they're proposing. Thank you, sir. No problem.
Okay.
The next one.
Oh,
There we go. That's it. Okay.
so that's the sign. So currently, Mr. Raymond, that's not on their church?
They have a sign, but it's smaller. It's only allowed to be 40 square feet. This sign is 62 feet, 9 inches by 6 feet in height, so it's 378 square feet, and it's going to be backlit, and this is
Right.
what they're proposing.
And that's the sign they have now, it's just bigger. It's going to be bigger.
Yes, it's the sign they have now. It's just going to be bigger,
Okay.
larger, right.
Do we have any questions, council members?
Move to approve.
Actually, if you'll hold that thought. Let's see here, I'm going to open public hearing. Let's follow the process. I'm going to open public hearing. Anybody have any public comment on item number 13? Okay, there being no public comment, I will also ask if the applicant is here. You're there. Okay, wonderful. Welcome. Would you like to make any comment? Don't feel the need. I'm just offering the courtesy. It's up to you. We're good. Perfect. All right, very good. I will close public hearing and entertain a motion to approve item number 13.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries. Item number 14, thank you, sir, for your patience as well. Item number 14 is zoning case number 0122-04, Saratoga Palms Properties LTD, located in District 5.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 5409 Lipes Boulevard from RM1 SP Multifamily District with a special permit to RM1 SP Multifamily District with a special permit. The property is located on the south side of Lipes Boulevard, west of South Staples, east of Sunwood Drive. The applicant is Saratoga Palms Properties Limited. The purpose of this request is to allow for the construction of an apartment complex with an increased density. In 2015, this property was rezoned RM1 with a special permit, and the special permit capped the dwelling units at 207. The client, this applicant proposes the rezoning to increase density approximately 39 units for a cap at 246 dwelling units. The property totals 9.3 acres in size, and it is not platted. To the north, across Lipes Boulevard, is the Cross Gate Park and a residential subdivision zoned RS6. To the south, there's a residential subdivision zone RS6, single-family 6 district. To the east and west are vacant land zoned RM1, and RM1 with a special permit, and the Incarnate Word Convent zoned RM1. 32 notices were mailed out within the 200-foot notification area. 1 was returned in opposition, 0 were returned in favor. The 1 in opposition indicates that 0.81% of the landowners within the 200-foot notification area are opposed to this rezoning. Staff analysis and recommendation. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, compatible with the adjoining properties, and does not have a negative impact on the surrounding area. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. I stand by for questions.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. There are, I guess, apartment complex, the Elon Senior Complex there, the Village at Henderson Apartments are behind that. And I believe they're building another set.
To the south, right,
To
exactly.
the south of that, right? So there's,
Yes.
I mean, this is kind of an apartment place, right?
Yes.
So remind me again, what's the setback from the RS6 zone or the 4.5 zoning?
Setbacks,
I mean, it's going to butt up against the homes that are to the south of that property. What's the setback there?
there's a 10-foot buffer yard when RM1 against a RS zone.
10 foot? Well, the reason I ask that is because the other apartments at Village at Henderson Apartments have a much further setback than 10 feet.
I can't verify that, is that?
Good afternoon, Council. Andrew Demas with Development Services. So there are 2 setbacks at play. The first would be your standard buffer yard. The second is based on the height of the structure. So in that case, the other apartment complexes, as they cross the 13th foot in height, they must set 2 feet off of the property line.
And we don't know what the height of this one is because they haven't
Currently,
platted yet.
correct.
Maybe we can get some information from the...
We'll have public, we'll open it in just a sec. So
Okay,
if you
yes,
want to
I'll-
hold, yeah,
Well, I'll hold my question for that.
Thank you,
Right.
Andrew.
okay. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, Mr. Raymond, what did you say, the density is going to increase? I don't know why this is so
By
loud.
39 units,
Okay, by 30, how many total units was it originally?
207,
207, and they're gonna go up to 39 more,
yes.
okay.
For a total of 246.
What is there's a building that's on this RM-1, it's just to the west of this subject property. Is that that's not a residence, is it? Or is it?
Are you, is it on the east side or the west side?
Well, on my map, it looks like
It's a
the west.
convent on the west side. It's two multifamily developments on the east side.
Okay.
To
yeah,
the south is RS Development Residential.
I'm talking about that one.
That's a convent.
That's a convent.
Yes.
Okay.
Incarnate Word.
Okay. Okay, good. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Raymond. So at this time, I'll open public hearing and ask for any public comment from the public on item number 14. We'll get the applicant in a minute. You're the applicant? Okay. So there being no public comment, I'll close that and ask the applicant to go ahead and come on up. Sure. Just, if you'll come over here and in the microphone, please.
Yeah, this is the actual site plan. And so on the south side of that, we've got the 25-foot landscape buffer, and there's an 80-foot setback is what we're proposing for our buildings. So, and this is what 246 units looks like. I know
Nice.
P&Z just wanted to have a visual of it when I was here last month, so just to give y'all an idea.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that. Councilman Hernandez, did you have a question?
Yes, that was my question. So he has 80 feet to the building from the property line and an additional 25 feet, the 25 feet of landscaping and a total of 80 feet, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's more than enough. Thank you.
Yeah.
And
what's your height?
These are, they're less than 35 feet. They're all three-story buildings.
3-story? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sir,
Great.
can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes.
Austin Martin.
Austin Martin, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Austin. And if there's anything else you'd like to add, this
No,
is
that's it, unless y'all have any
your
other
time.
questions.
Any other, Councilman Smith? Question?
This is really for Alan.
Okay, I think we're okay.
Okay.
Yes, and let me go ahead and close public hearing, and then go ahead, Greg.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So the plan looks great, the 80-foot looks great on there. Is there any requirement that they do that once we approve the zoning?
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
The plan looks great, accommodating the R6. Is there any requirement that they build it to that plan?
Build it that way. That will, how can I say, come out in the plating stage.
Okay, but once we've zoned it here, it's a great rendering, but that doesn't say that it will be built like that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'll go ahead and close public hearing. I did that already. I entertain a motion to approve item number 14.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And that will take us to section M, individual consideration items, number 15 and 16. Item number 15 is a motion awarding an amendment to a contract with Hazen and Sawyer for the design and preparation of construction documents and related construction phase services for the O.N. Stevens Water Treatment Plant.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Interim Director of Water Utilities, Gabriel Ramirez. So this is an amendment to a contract with Hazen and Sawyer for design and preparation of construction documents and related construction phase services to replace the chlorine gas system at O.N. Stevens Water Treatment Plant with the on-site sodium hypochlorite generation feed system and a backup bulk sodium hypochlorite delivery feed system for the O.N. Stevens Water Treatment Plant. So some history on this project. Back in 2017, there was a competitive RFQ that was done and conducted. Basically, so Hazen and Sawyer was selected through the competitive process. And originally, there was a small contract that was done in 2018 to figure out the feasibility of chlorine system alternatives. We've been on the chlorine gas system for over 40 years at O.N. Stevens, so it was time to find a proven technology that we could utilize well into the future at the water plant. Then in 2019, Amendment number 1 was done for $914,000, which completed 30% design of the on-site generation system for the chlorine at Owen Stevens, utilizing a sodium hypochlorite solution. Today's item is to award a contract for the 100% design of the OSG system. The project timeline is 11 months from design notice to proceed. Following that, a construction contract will be brought to council for approval. And then within 1 year, 2 years from today, Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant will be off of the chlorine rail cars and done using that old technology. We will instead, as an intermediary step, be using bulk hypochlorite for our disinfection process. Then, the last 18 months of construction is done, then we will move on to the OSG system. Next slide. So currently, we utilize chlorine gas delivered by 90-ton rail cars. Each month, a 90-ton rail car is delivered to disinfect our drinking water. The process was installed over 40 years ago, as I said, back in 1981. Here you can see 2 of our operators hooking up 90-ton rail cars of chlorine gas. This is a dangerous process that requires the operators to wear PPE. The process also has the potential to have, excuse me, catastrophic consequences. The Environmental Protection Agency also requires an annual chlorine safety drill to take place at Owen Stevens for our first responders and water treatment staff to respond as if there was to be a chlorine leak, so that we know what to do if that hazard were to occur. The next slide shows a short video showing the process. You can hit play, please. Do I have to hit play? There it is. So you can see the fake chlorine gas being released there in the safety drill. And so this has the potential to spread up to a 25-mile radius, dependent on the wind conditions, wind strength that take place if this were to occur. All right, next slide.
Okay.
Oh, not that fast. Yeah, stand by for question. No, so so here you see that the use of chlorine is the most important process at the city's most critical facility for our drinking water. Disinfection is what's responsible for keeping the water safe for all of our residents and anyone that uses our drinking water. The chlorine kills all the bacteria, viruses, parasites, anything that can be in the water biologically is killed and deactivated by the chlorine process. In the picture, you can see one of our water sources, the Colorado River, what it looks like before it's treated, and then our treated water afterwards. Next slide. Now, the new chlorine system that we want to complete the design on-site generation, it's a non-hazardous process. The end product is a 0.8% sodium hypochlorite solution that's formed with the use of water, electricity, and salt. The chemical will be used to disinfect the water. And since the OSG system comes with the storage tanks, the bulk hypochlorite, basically delivery by bleach, will be done within 2 years for 18 months while the OSG system construction is being completed. Next slide. The new OSG system will also allow us to save on our chemical costs. With the use of chlorine gas that we use today, it depresses what's known as the pH of the water and makes it more acidic. So we have to use a chemical called caustic or sodium hydroxide to raise the pH to get it to drinking water standards. With the OSG system, it does not depress the pH the way chlorine gas does, and so we will use less caustic as a byproduct of switching over to the new process. We also will not have to buy the chlorine rail cars, which have increased in cost very significantly over the past couple of years. And there's no end in sight as of now with the costs of chlorine. Next slide. So back in 1999 in the United States, there was 30 water treatment plants that used chlorine rail cars. By 2016, 10 of those 30 water treatment plants had moved on from the rail cars, and about half of the remaining 20 at that time were already looking towards the next steps of using a different disinfection strategy at their water plant. And we're one of them. As for Texas water systems, San Antonio water system uses 8 different treatment sites that have OSG facilities and 5 others that are looking to transfer to OSG in the near future. City of Austin has 3 water plants. One of them is already on an OSG system. The other 2 are looking to switch within the next 5 years. We were able to tour that site in Austin that has the OSG system and talk with their operators. They had nothing but good things to say about the system, and the safety of it definitely compared to what they've used before with the rail cars. And I'm standing by for any questions.
Great. Wow, that's impressive. And it sounds like it's something that's very, very much needed. I mean, maybe something out of, to a degree, we're out of date, you know, that we're not using that already. So this is a really good news item, and the fact that you said, well, here it is, there will be one of the largest facilities in the U.S. using this system.
Yes, we
It's
will
amazing.
be. So this will be a great project, and it's
Right.
one we've talked about for years. And one of the things that COO Murphy told me to do when I became interim director is to start pushing these projects through that have been stagnant. And that's one of my main focuses is any project that's been lagging, we're going to push them through and get us to modernize our systems, because we have one treatment plant for the region of the Coastal Bend feeding nearly 500,000 people their drinking water.
Right.
And we need to modernize that plant, and this is one of the projects that's going to help us do so.
And that rail car, you said that process happens once a month?
Once a month,
The
we
rail
get a
car?
90-ton rail car
So
delivered.
dangerous, wow.
As soon as we get one, we have to order the next, because we deal with the railroad company, and they're not guaranteed to get here within 21 days, and each rail car is 1 month's supply. So we have to order one as soon as we get one to get another one on site. And that process in itself, for reliability purposes, has been an issue as well.
Right. Okay, Councilman Lerma?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a great program. Too bad that we waited this long, but at least we're going forward on it. Explain to the people the safety issue, the comparison of both the rail car and this system. What's the difference in the safety part of it?
Right, so on
I
the...
want them to understand that.
Yes, sir. So on the 90-ton rail cars, you're dealing with 180,000 pounds of liquid chlorine coming up by rail car. If that were to be released into the air by an issue with the rail car, then that turns into a chlorine gas, which then, we live in a windy city, as everyone knows, that could spread up to a 25-mile radius and have hazards for the public. Now, by going to the on-site generation, you're making a 0.8% sodium hypochlorite solution utilizing 3 components: water, electricity, and salt. And so there's no hazards with salt in the process. So once again, by switching, we won't have to have a risk management plan. The Environmental Protection Agency will not even come and inspect us anymore, because we're switching from the rail car to the on-site generation system. So all in all, operationally, it's more efficient, and the safety component for our operators as well as the public and the surrounding cities is going to be much better. And within 2 years after today, with your approval, we'll be able to move off of the rail car system.
Gabriel, can you just elaborate a little bit, Councilman, on chlorine? What would be the impact to the body on chlorine gas?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah, what
Yeah,
happens?
so it can be deadly
wanna
to
know.
people.
Deadly, right?
Absolutely.
Yes,
Quickly,
catastrophic
especially
event.
with the
and-
winds that we have here.
Yes, especially the people nearby.
We
could be
couldn't
deadly.
get the word out fast enough, is what you're saying, to warn the public is one of the biggest issues.
It would be tough to do. We do a reverse alert, but of course it could be deadly if that was to happen.
I think that in itself says a lot to the citizens of Corpus and where the city wants to go by modernizing its resources and all that. This is a great system. No words to actually say about it, but the safety part is the biggest issue with me on that.
Yes, sir. It definitely is.
Can't
and-
put a dollar amount on safety, sorry. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, this is a great step forward, and I might add that safety demonstration video you had, that would represent a small leak. if
Correct.
that rail car were to turn over or an 18-wheeler run into it or something of that nature, you'd have a catastrophic event on your hands. I just wanted to ask real quick, what's the status on tearing down our old water treatment plant?
Yes, the Cunningham water treatment plant to demolish. Currently, it's at 60% design, and we're working with a consultant on that to get it to
So
the 100%.
we have to design to tear it down?
We have to design to tear it down. I mean, and I'm the first one to say I wanted to get a bulldozer and go do it myself whenever I heard that. But
If you get me a backhoe and a lease crew, I can have that building gone for you pretty quickly.
I'll help you, Mike, no problem.
Oh, man. Government.
But that's in process, sir.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just as in terms of purchasing and how this went about, this was something that happened legacy-wise in terms of doing a very small contract of $49,500, which did not come to council, and then doing an amendment, a first amendment for $900,000, and now a final amendment for $3.4 million, or closer to 3.5. That this is not necessarily, this isn't the proper way to do that, and that we are no longer doing that. So I know you weren't,
Right.
we didn't do that, but it's something that I want to make very clear that we're not going to be doing this in the future. That, you know, anything like this that comes to us should come to us as, if you do a preliminary one that's less than 50,000, then it should go back out to RFQ for the final. Like I said, I want to make sure that's clear for the engineering companies that look at something like this and say, hey, that's really not the best way to do that.
Let me respond to that, council member. Yes, but this is a practice that we had back then. However, everyone knew when this was RFQ'd what the scale of that contract was going to be. They didn't assume that that was only a $49,000 contract because we wouldn't have RFQ'd that. This was just, that was a way to jumpstart work on the project. Now, we took the almost $1 million contract to council, and that, I think everybody understood.
It was an amendment, right?
It was an amendment,
Right.
and everybody understood how that had been done, and everybody understood that we would also be coming back with a future amendment to get the design to the finish line.
Okay, ultimately, I understand how the expediency of it is. However, when you do stuff like this, it doesn't make it very transparent.
Well, the selections were announced to council. When we would make those selections, we would send out a memo that would say, this is the number one selected firm, and this is the number two selected firm.
Yeah.
Okay, so, secondly, I have to agree with my council members, being a former lifeguard and using liquid chlorine in this format terrified the hell out of us. And we were very cognizant of how it could kill people in the surrounding area. So it is very important that this go forward. In terms of the on-site generation, you still have that, the trucks that you bring with liquid chlorine and use for other places like the treatment center at OSO, the wastewater treatment. Is this going to continue as possible backup if our generation fails or if we have power?
It will, yes, it will, because so the on-site generation system, since it comes with the storage tanks, we will be able to use to bulk hypochlorite if needed. If for some reason the cost of power or salt were to go up significantly, we could always switch to bleach being trucked in. And if the cost of bleach comes in really high, then we can revert back to our on-site generation. Same thing if there was to be a hurricane and there were to be a supply issue with one or the other, we'll have that ability to have redundancy at the treatment
Right.
plant.
If you have a hurricane and no power, you have another option to bring in chlorine.
Correct, bring the bleach in.
So that being said, I know we're using this for, how many of our wastewater treatment plants use chlorine?
So that is used at OSO, Laguna, Allison, and Broadway. So 4 of our 6.
But
Broadway uses UV primarily, but we do dose it with a little bit of chlorine on the way before it goes out.
Okay, is there any opportunity to use our on-site generation to supply our wastewater treatment plants?
That's a possibility. We're going to look at it as well.
Would there be a cost savings there?
It could be a cost savings. I know, so at OSO wastewater treatment plant, we are going to be getting away from breakpoint chlorination, what's known as that. What that is we're using an abundance of chlorine to get rid of all the ammonia. With the new upgrades at OSO wastewater plant, that process is going to be gone. So we are going to use less chlorine at OSO in the near future. But as far as on-site generation, that would have to be evaluated on the feasibility for it.
Well, I'm not saying on-site generation, but transferring from Owen Stevens, do we have the ability to do that?
Well, the challenge is that the commercial grade that you buy and is either shipped in by truck or rail is 15 times the concentration of what we'll be making.
Okay, so you said you had to reduce it to a 5% solution from...
On the bleach, yes, on the bulk hypochlorite,
Right.
when we're on bleach, that comes in at 15 to 16%, and then you dilute it down to the 5 to 6%.
So you can't concentrate it more than the 8%?
Well, in the stuff you make, it's
0.8%.
0.8%.
0.8, yes, sir.
Yeah.
So it's non-hazardous material, really.
I thought it was 8%.
Okay.
Oh, no,
All
0.8%.
Let's do
Yeah,
the
0.8.
lesson 101 on another time, please.
Well, no, it's, I'm sorry, I get
We're
into
making
the,
policy.
get into
Bill.
the
We're
weeds
making
here.
policy. Yes, you are.
But
No, it's a good question, though.
Yeah,
The problem
we
with
can-
the
It's a
bulk
great question.
purchase of the chemical is that it's 15%, but it's 85% water that you're having to pay to ship in from a long way away.
Well, maybe it's something to look at to see if there's some way to make it to where we can generate it to the standards that we need for for wastewater. But that's a discussion for a different day. It might be something that we can look at financially. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Smith.
Jeff, this is for you. So Hazen and Sawyer, how much presence do they have in Corpus Christi?
We have Evan Jed here from Hazen.
A lot. They're here.
There's the presence.
Yeah.
How many employees?
Well, but we're going to get to, wait, hold on. Yeah, so we're going to public comment. We'll wait for public comment so he can come up.
Okay, we'll wait for public comment.
Yeah. Okay. I don't see any other lights on, so we will now have public comment. Would you like to come up, please? I think y'all are making, yes, sure.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. The question was about the presence of Hazen and Sawyer in Corpus Christi. We've had an office in Corpus Christi, I believe, since 2015. Currently, we have 3 staff who are local, and about 45 or so in Texas that serve Corpus Christi in some capacity.
Okay, well, thank you. So we just awarded a contract a few weeks ago for Greenwood. What was that, 3-4 million too?
I believe so, yes.
So you're looking at $8 million in contracts and you got 3 people.
We service primarily from Dallas and Fort Worth, Austin, other offices as well.
I'm glad they're paying taxes in Dallas and Fort Worth and someplace else. And filling their office buildings in Dallas and Fort Worth and someplace else. So I hope that we're proud of our community here, and Hazen and Sawyer looks at maybe upgrading their staff a little, since we're giving you contracts left and right, and not minor contracts, but major contracts, several millions of dollars per each contract. So thank you, Neil.
Absolutely, and we are hiring in Corpus. If you know anybody who would like to join us, I'd like to also point to some of our colleagues. We happily share our fee with local firms and folks who have been in the industry in Corpus a long time. So Logan is a huge part of our team, and we partner with them on just about all projects.
That's what I was going to add.
Okay.
We do have some sub-consultants on these projects, and it consists of us and Bath.
We'd love to invite you to some community events.
Absolutely.
Yes, please send us contact information, Logan. I'm not kidding. Please do.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. All righty, with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 15.
Move to approve.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 16, resolution authorizing execution of a professional service agreement with WSP USA Inc. of New York with an office in San Antonio for not Corpus Christi for grant support services on behalf of the Public Works Department pursuant to a federal infrastructure grant program.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Sarah Munoz, Deputy Director of Public Works, and we can answer that question about local presence soon. On the call with us, we have Art Reinhardt with WSP who can help out with that question. So this item is a grant support services. As many of you have heard, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act has authorized $1.2 trillion in infrastructure funding. Let me go back to the previous slide. So as a city, we recognize this opportunity for additional funding. At this time, Public Works does not have the available resources to apply for this highly competitive grant funding. As such, we have enlisted the assistance of WSP USA out of San Antonio and to provide us grant support services based on their track record for success. So they have helped other clients secure over $27 billion in federal discretionary grant funding. So their scope of services includes project managed coordination, and this will specifically be for the RAISE grant. So WSP's first task will be to help us determine and assess the feasibility of infrastructure projects and determine which projects are the most competitive. So once that's determined, they will perform an analysis and studies to obtain the best data for the federal RAISE application grant. As many of you have heard, these are highly competitive projects that fit certain criteria for application. So that's what they'll do, see what fits the criteria for application. If any projects are deemed to be feasible for application, they will move to the next step, which is the grant application service. With that, a part of the application is a very, very technical benefit cost analysis for the project. Once complete, they will draft the application narrative and the technical analysis report, all required for the grant application process. So you will also be briefed in depth about the RAISE grant in the next coming items from Tammy, but if you have any additional questions on this item, I stand by for questions.
Councilman Hernandez.
Just out of curiosity, is this something that could be used for the regional parkway?
So in speaking with the consultant, what we're learning is from past projects that have been awarded RAISE grant opportunities is they look for project readiness. So what they informed us of yesterday, we had an initial meeting, is things that are already well into design. They usually like, and Art can chime in a little bit, from what we're understanding, this particular program likes to be the last step of funding you might need. So you may have some available through bond, for example. They like to be the last 20 million or whatever it may be.
On what?
Things like regional parkway, it's not, there is another category from what I'm understanding for planning, but it seems as if the most competitive ones are already in design or have completed design.
So if there is something along this line, do we need to identify any priorities or?
So this
from
is
our
a really
perspective?
short timeline. The applications are due April 14th, and they've asked us to turn them in at least 2 weeks in advance. So, so we're running against the clock here. Again, it's a very small category of projects that could fit into this first round, but as Tammy will get into later, there's other rounds that we'll be looking at in the future, but this particular category right now is
Okay,
April
so
14th.
does this contract extend to the other categories, or is it just this one?
No, sir, this is specifically for the
This is
RAISE grant for
specifically
this
for this
this round.
Right, but, oh,
You turn the button on the, yeah.
Sorry. There will be, as you'll find out in the upcoming briefing, this bill is going to be delivered over 5 years. So there'll be additional funding opportunities through RAISE and other programs that we'll talk about in just one.
Okay.
So this is not our only chance to go for regional.
Okay, but this
We totally
contract-
understand that regional parkway is a big priority for you. And we're looking for those opportunities.
Yeah, I'm glad our MPO brethren are here, so.
yeah.
But that being said, but this contract is only for this short amount of time that we're going to talk about for this specific thing that's due in like a week,
A month.
A month.
2
Yeah.
weeks, right? The end of what? At the end of April?
April 1.
April
So a couple-
14th.
But
April
2 weeks
14th, so
early,
we-
so
Yes,
April
there was a
basically got 2
suggestion from
weeks.
them them being the federal government,
Right.
to turn it in early to make sure you don't have technical issues when you
Right.
submit it or things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so, that said, realistically speaking, you know, what's out there that's shovel-ready, in design, blah, blah, blah? Streets, right? Lots of streets.
Right, lots of streets
Yorktown
are-
Road is the road that I've been talking about forever. and regarding this is specifically, is there a possible way to make Yorktown shovel ready?
Yeah.
There is? Because, I mean,
Yes,
go
so
ahead.
yesterday we had, like I said, we had an initial conversation with the consultant. We're still, it's fairly new to us. So we're working with the consultant to figure out what gives you the most points with this benefit cost analysis. Yorktown came up yesterday because the portion from Rodfield to the Mud Bridge was through Bond 2020.
Right.
Working with Jeff's team, I don't know if he's still here, but that design is going to be complete fairly soon is what I
Right.
understand. So
Okay.
in our narrative and in our benefit cost analysis, we're going to use that to our advantage if that winds up being determined to be feasible, to help us get more points and have more leverage to show project readiness.
Right, but per our conversations, we are going to submit Yorktown to try to get this under this.
Right, we are.
Correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
fortunate for us, we put all of our street contracts in design
Right.
almost 2 years ago.
Right.
Instead of waiting like we typically
Which is
have been.
great, and I think, streets in general fall under this category, and
Right.
like you just said, they're shovel-ready,
Right.
which is wonderful, but I just, again, and I know I've talked to everybody
Yeah.
about Yorktown in
Right.
terms of staff, and trying to get this in for that deadline.
Right.
Right,
Okay.
and working with
Yeah.
the consultant, there's other things that we need to identify, things like alternative mobility to SPID, could that give us more points?
Right.
The proximity to Del Mar.
Emergency route.
Yeah, the training academy. There's other factors that we're working with them to see how they fit in this matrix of getting us, again, it's highly competitive, as you well know.
I know.
Each state only gets
There's, for a city our size, your minimum application is for $5 million. Your maximum application is for $25 million. Each state can be maximum awarded $225 million. But every highway presentation that we've seen, all the experts that I've talked to outside this building with the MPO, with the National League of Cities, predicts that Texas is likely to get 3. That's how competitive this is. They want big regional impact projects with regional support and regional collaboration to get behind one project.
So we're working with all the assets that Yorktown
I would
can
not
provide.
agree with that.
Speak for
Things
yourself.
like the base, all sorts of stuff.
Right.
Yes.
Well, it's worth a try. Other cities, and they're all trying.
Exactly.
So,
That's why we said, let's do this. I mean,
Right.
everybody's in the same predicament. They
Yes.
don't have a lot of time, they don't have a lot of information, but let's try.
yeah, we have to.
Yeah.
And you've got to thread the needle of things that are far enough along in the process,
Right.
but not far enough, because you
Right.
still got to do EIS and
Right.
other requirements that come with a federal project that we may not build into a design of a bond project.
Right. Well, the governor is aware of all of our projects to the tune of $500 million. So hopefully, for whatever that's worth, again, every bit helps. So we can't, if we don't put ourselves in front of all of this, then we're going nowhere.
exactly.
So so I commend
Right.
everybody working on this, and we got to keep working and do everything we can.
Right.
Which is what we're doing.
This consultant's going to tremendously help us as well. They have expertise that we don't have. So I think this puts us at a big advantage
Right.
by bringing this consultant on board to help us.
And everybody has said you need consultants of this level and others
Yeah.
that can help you walk that path.
Councilman Barrero.
Who's the chair of the MPO now? Who's
Charlie.
Zahn?
Charlie
Is it
Zahn?
Charlie Zahn?
So,
Yes.
I guess that being said, since it's looking at it from a regional standpoint, and I see we have the MPO presence here, but so what are we doing to assure that it's more from a regional perspective, that it's something that we're working together on, that it's going to be good for, the port, the city, the county, San Pat, so to work for all that?
So a part of this process, and Tammy can chime in, as you can tell, we're just getting this consultant, so we're in the very early stages, but we do have to request letters of support, which Tammy would help us with, in which we would discuss this project with the available entities. A good thing for us is that this project is already listed on the MPO's transportation plan, so it's already been identified federally that it's a need, so that's a big portion of this process, is having it on the MPO plan already.
Excellent. Okay, thank you very much.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. So, I mean, would it cover the entire cost? Because, what's the estimate on the cost for Yorktown?
For Yorktown, right now, I think it's about, so there's one section that's being designed by the bond, and I don't know if Jeff is here, but I think that's around 20 million from Laguna, from Rodfield to the Mud Bridge. So again, working with the consultant, we're still trying to determine what makes us more competitive if we apply for the first section, do we apply for the whole? So it seems as if.
Well, the bond was only designed from
That's
Rodfield to
correct.
the Mud Bridge,
That's
right?
correct. So that's showing more project readiness.
You can also apply for planning in this process. too.
Right.
Okay,
So
and
you
that's
could
fine,
plan the
but
second
do we have, is it like a match? Do we
yes,
have?
sir. So this is a 80-20 match.
Okay, so we do the 80, they do the 20? Or they do the 80, we do the 20?
They do the 20. So again, working
Sorry,
with
I read that wrong.
No, working with the consultant, we also want to understand what a match can consist of. Could a match be considered design services, project management services? All of that can whittle down our 20%. So again, we're still in that initial process, but we will definitely try to make the work that's already been done count toward that process, the 20% match.
And they're also looking for a mix of local, state, and federal funding in these projects.
Jeez, it has to be the perfect storm.
Thank you.
It does,
Oh, gosh.
essentially.
Okay, I think that's all the questions. Let's see, so I will open public comment. Do we have any public comment on item number 16? Okay, there being none, I will entertain a motion to approve item number 16.
I move for approval.
Is there a second? Who was second? You did. All right, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 17 was pulled, so we will go over to section O, briefings, items number 18 through 20. Item number 18 is an update on phase 2 of short-term rental ordinance development.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. At your request, I have the briefing for you on the short-term rentals today. So if you could, next slide, please. This is just a recap, some information that's already been provided to you. I serve as the project lead for the short-term rentals. And we have Eric Wilhite, who serves with Pacheco and Koch. He is our consultant that is helping us with phase 2 of the short-term rental ordinance. And then, of course, we always have the legal advice of Miles and his staff ready to assist. We also utilize DSD staff from a zoning and land use standpoint. Michael Dice is the representative from DSD that is serving on our implementation team. And then Dan McGinn from planning is a big part of the planning process associated with the short-term rentals. And then on the enforcement side, we have code enforcement, and then, of course, the prosecutors out of our legal offices, and then municipal court. And then from the finance side that handles the taxation portion is Heather Herbert. Next slide, please. And this, once again, is just a recap regarding short-term rentals and what is considered a short-term rental. Basically, it's anything other than properties located in single-family zones that are leased out or rented out for a period of less than 30 days. They do tend to offer visitors a different type of experience outside of a typical hotel stay. It is not considered a new concept. It is something that many cities have been dealing with, even our larger cities such as Dallas and Austin, Houston, for quite some time. We're just now getting to ordinance drafting. And then our Unified Development Code, 5.2.24 does address what I just stated, and that is that single-family units in a single-family zoning district cannot be rented for a period of less than 30 days or 1 month. The UDC does not prohibit STRs in other zoning districts, so those are then considered permitted in those other districts that are not single-family. Next slide, please. Our stakeholder advisory group has grown since the last council meeting. It now consists of a total of 17 individuals. And so we have hopefully reached a better balance in regards to the individuals serving on that committee that are more neighborhood focused as opposed to STR focused. So we hope that, that we will see a much better balance. Our next meeting is scheduled for this Friday on the 11th, and that's where we really are able to see that balance shine through. Sometimes individuals will indicate to you that they're on one side of the issue or the other, and then when discussion occurs, you find out it might be just slightly different than you anticipated. And so, as you know, we had our first meeting last month on February the 18th, and that discussion consisted of a review of the ordinance that this body approved on January the 11th, which was to require those STRs operating legally on the island and in Flower Bluff to register with the city effective March 15th. So we went over that, and then we also had some real light discussion regarding appropriate locations within the city as a whole where STRs might be considered to be valuable to those particular areas of town. I think there were a few individuals that were in attendance at that meeting that took that to mean that STRs would be permitted in single-family zones throughout the entire city, and that unfortunately was just a misunderstanding. The discussion was simply trying to discern from the individuals that were appointed as stakeholders to receive their input in regards to where they felt STRs might serve effectively and efficiently in single-family zones and other areas of the town besides necessarily the island. So that's been the big area that we receive a lot of input from. We've heard those individual citizens from the island loud and clear. We understand that they do not want STRs in their single-family zones. And that will be up to those individuals that are serving on the committee representing the island to continue to stress that point as we go through and talk about the different locations within the city in which that land use might be considered appropriate. Next slide, please.
Well, Mr. Smith has his light on right now, but I think you want to wait. You want a question now? You want to wait until after? Let's wait till after, Councilman. Yeah.
So as already stated, we adopted phase 1 of the ordinance, which required a registration on January the 11th, and that will go into effect on March the 15th. The rest of the city will then be required to come into compliance with registering with the city by July the 11th. And by that time, we do plan to have the phase 2 ordinance in front of this body for discussion and consideration of action. We will be comparing some of the recommendations from the advisory group with other cities and what we consider to be best practices. There's a lot of cities that have gone before us in developing these land use regulations in which we can learn from the mistakes, if you want to call them that, from those other cities, and then hopefully come up with a product that works best for Corpus Christi. As you know, you can't just take an ordinance from one city and bring it into another because each city is slightly different in various areas, and so it's not typically advisable to borrow an entire ordinance from another community. And next slide, please. So this is the workflow that we have developed. It'll start with the applicant on March the 15th. Actually, it'll be the evening of the 14th. We will open up the portal. The applicant will be able to go online and complete their application. That application will be routed in the system, which is called MuniRev, to DSD. They will review it to ensure that the applicant does not exist in a single-family zone. If they do not and it is appropriate, then they will recommend it for approval. And then the process will move on to the finance department, in which they will take the permit fee, and then a registration permit will be able to be printed right there by the STR property owner. And it'll be immediately available for use. If at the DSD review point, they are found to be located in a single-family zone, which is not permitted on the island or anywhere else in the city of Corpus Christi, it will be denied. And then they would go back to the beginning. It won't matter how many times they submit it, they're going to get denied if they're in a single-family zone. So that's the process, the workflow. So the next slide, please. The registration ordinance has been worked on for quite a while now, since January the 11th with the implementation team. And one thing that our city manager, Mr. Zanoni, asked for was a communications plan. So that's been our recent focus, is developing that communications plan, and you'll start to see some of that communication plan work be put out to the public on Friday of this week. So we'll be putting things on social media, and we've been working on some flyers, some postcards that have QR codes on them that they can scan and get the information. We also have contacted MuniRev, and they are going to contact those STR property owners that are operating legally on the island and in Flower Bluff, which we estimate to be about 1,500 STRs, through the email system and the MuniRev system, to let them know that they are required to register with the city, so they will be notified. And then we hope that with the link that's provided to them, they will go in and register with the city through that link. We'll be doing press releases, and as I said, social media blast, and then we will also utilize the Island Moon and the Flower Bluff News for advertisements. Next slide, please. The city has also set up a website that is active now, so you can visit there if you would like. It's at www.cctexas.com/STR. So you'll be able to go there. That's where they can go if they want to go direct to register on the 14th at 6 p.m. They can just go to that website, and they'll be able to do all the registration that they need to do. We will also have a link on that same page for them to be able to get additional information about Phase 2. So we'll be putting meeting minutes on that Phase 2 page, as well as the video recordings. So we will begin recording the advisory group meetings that take place from now on. So there's no discrepancy in what actually occurred at those meetings. And they'll be placed on this website, along with additional information and an opportunity for other citizens that may not be a part of the advisory group to submit their comments for us to review. Next slide, please. And then as far as the enforcement goes, effective on March the 15th, which I know Councilmember Smith, those on the island and Flower Bluff are probably most interested in, is we will immediately begin active enforcement for those that are operating illegally in a single-family zone. Those that are operating legally but are just waiting on the permit process to complete, we will not cite those individuals. We will give them a 30-day opportunity to get registered. We expect a large number to flood the system on the 14th and 15th, and so it's going to take us some time to process them all. So those that are legally operating, we will not cite. Those that we find that haven't attempted to register, we will just provide them a courtesy notice to let them know that they need to get registered within the next 30 days, or else they can be cited. The software, MuniRev, that we will be utilizing will scrub advertisements, looking for those that do not include the permit number that is required as part of the ordinance that you approved on January the 11th. So those that are found not to be advertising with the permit will be notified that that is considered to be a violation of that ordinance that was approved on January the 11th, and given the opportunity to cure the problem and get registered with the city. And then after that, if they continue to advertise, they can be cited. The fine is up to $500, and that is per occurrence. Next slide, please. This slide is hopefully helpful. I asked Dan to include it. So there has been a lot of confusion about what is considered single family and what isn't. So the picture with the green check mark on it, those are properties that are considered to be your typical properties for STR operations. And then, of course, your single family detached homes with the red X on them, those are the ones that it is not permissible to operate an STR out of those structures. Next slide, please. And then, as I've stated on Phase 2, our intent is to identify the areas throughout the city of Corpus Christi that the citizens and the council feel and staff feel would be most appropriate for locating or having STR operators operate out of single-family dwellings in those areas. That will be studied, and then on top of identifying the locations, we will also be talking about what other requirements or stipulations would we like to put on those properties. For example, it could be stipulated that there cannot be more than a certain number of them on a certain block or within a certain distance of each other. There will be parking requirements. There will there be a possibility of having it be owner occupied as a requirement. Just a lot of different variables that will be discussed with the stakeholder group and determine what the appetite is in the community. And then we will also be working very closely with our consultant to get that good subject matter expert advice when we go to crafting the ordinance that will eventually come forward to you in July. Next slide, please. And Mayor, I believe it's time for questions.
It is time for questions. Thank you, Andrea. Councilman Smith.
Thank you, Andrea. I really appreciate the brief, and thanks so much for making these meetings available to the public through the recordings, because I've had a lot of folks ask about that, so I think that's a great stride. So, did I understand you right that you all have identified the actives that are non-compliant and will be ready to enforce on the 15th?
We have identified some of them, sir, but certainly I'm not going to stand here before you today and tell you we know them all. But we have already begun receiving notifications from various citizens, and we are keeping track of those, and we will be enforcing immediately when that ordinance becomes effective on the 15th of March.
And where should the citizens, what's the contact point for them?
The contact point for them would be code enforcement.
Okay.
So if they will reach out to code enforcement. If they're not sure who to get in touch with, they can always email me directly. I'm happy to make sure that the email gets forwarded on, or they can make a phone call and contact the appropriate department, which is code enforcement.
So, yeah.
Yes,
so
sir.
Contact code enforcement if you think that there's within a residential single-family home.
That is correct, sir.
On there.
Yep.
On the timeline, so you said July the 11th, that's when all properties are required to be registered, correct?
Correct.
And it looks like we're kind of tight then. You're coming to council, it'll take a couple of readings. We'll have the 4th of July weekend.
So we will be moving forward with an ordinance, a draft ordinance to the Planning and Zoning Commission first, and that will happen in late May.
Yeah.
And then it'll run that process, and then sometime before July the 11th, we will have it before this body.
For 2 readings.
That is correct. So,
Okay.
well, that would be correct. Yes, you are correct.
Okay.
For 2 readings.
So we should be able to make that July 11th when all properties are required to register. We should have the second phase in place. So we won't have a crossover where somebody could be non-compliant for a couple of weeks or a month.
That is correct, sir. That is the plan as of today. We were originally doing the meetings with the stakeholder advisory group once a month, but I spoke with the city manager and he agreed, and so we increased those to bi-weekly to ensure that we had sufficient meetings in which we could receive input from the stakeholders, and then also to ensure that that there was enough time for the consultant to interact with those stakeholders as well.
Okay, and one last thing. So if I understood right, that you're not looking at a one-size, or right now we're looking not at a one-size-fits-all, but language in there that's consistent with the communities of interest out there. So it won't be a broad-based language.
That is correct, sir. I had pretty good discussion with the individuals that showed up at the last council meeting and spoke in Citizens Forum, and I explained to them that just as it's important to them for the rest of Corpus Christi not to dictate what happens on the island, the rest of Corpus Christi doesn't want the island to dictate what happens in their areas of town. And they seem to understand that and appreciate that.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Councilman Pusley.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Andrea, the advisory group, I've asked a couple of times for a list of names of who's serving on that. If you could please get that to me. I've never received anything
Absolutely, sir. I'll get that to you today.
So this registration process that you're talking about now is just going to happen for Flower Bluff and the island. And do I understand it correctly, all single-family residences that are all neighborhoods zoned for single-family homes are going to not permit STRs in Flower Bluff and on Padre Island?
That is correct, sir. They will not be able to
even if
register.
they're only going to, if they're, right now, our policy says that it has to be rented for at least a minimum of 30 days. but that's out the window. This is gonna say no STRs in single-family
So-
residences.
So actually, sir, the ordinance today says that it's not permissible in any single-family zone for less than 30 days. So that's true for across the entire city. That's what the ordinance says.
Okay, is
But-
that gonna change for, that's my question, is that gonna change for the
No.
island in Flower Bluff?
No, sir, that does not change. What changes for the island in Flower Bluff is that the properties that are legally operating, which means in everything but single-family residential zones, they are now required to register with the city so that we know who they are and we can make sure that they are following all of the rules of the ordinances associated with that type of activity. So that's the only thing that changes, is that
Okay.
they are required to now register with the city.
So the 30-day thing for single-family residences is still gonna stand
That is correct,
for
sir.
the entire city?
That is correct, sir. It's
Okay.
not permitted in those zones for periods of less than 30 days, no matter where you're located in the city of Corpus
It could be
Christi.
Cal Island or Padre Island,
That
it
is
doesn't
correct,
matter.
sir.
Okay,
Yeah, can I just add to that, though, Councilman? So phase 2 that Andrea mentioned, what she's working on now with the team, is to see, does that change anywhere in the city?
I'm getting to that.
Okay, yes, sir.
Right. Well, I think that was, yeah.
I just
good
want to
point.
make clear, because we
Right.
want to make sure the public doesn't misunderstand what we're
Right.
saying here.
Okay, so, well, I'll just move right into that. So in the future, on this phase 2, this advisory committee may recommend that that rule change and that it be permitted all across the city of Corpus Christi for STRs to operate in single-family residences.
Not quite, sir. First of all, I just want to make sure it's clear. The advisory committee is just there to provide input. They will not be actually writing the regulations.
Okay.
That will be done by staff and by the consultant. So we've had to clear that up a few times with some of the stakeholder group members. But, so they're there just to provide us with input. So the way that it will work in phase 2 is that there will be a determination made based off of the input received, what we look at in terms of best practices from other communities, and then just from visiting the areas of town and determining, is it right for this neighborhood? Okay, if we determine it is, then STRs will be allowed in that single-family zone under certain conditions, and so those conditions will then also have to be determined. So to say that it will be allowed in any single family come phase 2 is not an accurate statement. That it's a maybe, sir.
Okay, who determines that maybe? That's what I want to know.
The consultant and the staff members will, based off of the input that we receive from the stakeholder group members.
Right.
Well, you're right back to where you started then. You just told me that the stakeholders group wasn't gonna make that decision.
They're not, sir. They're just going to provide input. So for example, there's one particular stakeholder group. I know Councilmember Martinez and Barrera and Smith were on the call, and I think Mr. Molina was as well. But there's one particular group that I believe is in Councilmember Molina's district, but I could be mistaken. Anyway, they have a group that they had a Facebook meeting, and they're in the area where there's a lot of medical facilities, and a lot of them have indicated that they have single-family homes that have STRs being operated out of them, and they've had no issues or problems with trash, with noise, with too many vehicles on the street or anything like that. So those citizens are saying, we want STRs to be allowed in our single-family neighborhoods.
What's the geographic boundary of that? How do you determine that?
But that's what I was saying. That's part of the regulations that we're going to have to determine. And some of those could be, you're not going to allow more than a certain number within a certain distance of each other or on the same block. There's a lot of ways that different cities handle that. And so we're going to be looking at those different options and making what we consider to be the best recommendation for Corpus Christi to this body as part of the ordinance that you will consider in July.
I'm gonna cut to the chase. I just don't understand how you're gonna do that equitably. Because if I, as a residential owner in a single-family residence, don't want STRs next door to my house, but yet you determine that, well, we think this is a good area for STRs. How does my voice get drowned out in that? And why would I be different than Padre Island, or Padre Island different from me? I'm not understanding how you are gonna make these
Andrea,
determinations.
if I may, Councilman, the group that was formed is for that purpose. So there's
But
gonna
Mayor,
be,
she just stood there and told us
But
that
that's-
that's not true.
no, the group that was formed.
They're gonna give
along-
her advice, but the staff and this consultant are gonna be the ones that make the final decision.
No, we make the final decision.
Well, maybe,
They're gonna bring
but
it
they're
to
going
us.
to be the ones that bring
Well,
the
yes.
advisory to us to make the final recommendation.
Right, but that's no different than any item we
No,
approve.
I understand that, but I'm trying to get to the bottom of how you're going to determine how this is gonna be fair all across the city of Corpus Christi.
Well, that's.
Because we sat up here last meeting and listened to 25 people from Padre Island say, I don't want an STR in my neighborhood, period.
Right.
And there may be subdivisions in Cal Island and Toloso Midway and Flower Bluff or wherever that feel the same way. So how is that going to be determined?
So we will receive, just like the mayor is saying, input from those stakeholders. When we say, sir, that they won't be writing the regulations or the ordinance language, that's because they don't have the expertise, and that's no slight to them. But they don't have the expertise to do that, so that's why we have a consultant
No, I
as well as
understand
staff
that.
to do that. But that doesn't mean that their input's not gonna be heard.
Yeah, can I add, Andrea? So Councilman, we don't have the answer today, obviously, because we're still working on it. If you can put slide 2 up, so there's a team of multiple disciplines in the city, but I think one thing we have to our advantage is most of the country has done this already. We're 10 years behind on this project too, another legacy issue. So we're gonna look at best practice. It may be that nobody in the state sections out sections of the city that says you can't have them here, but you can here. So we'll see what the best practice is. We're not saying we're going to do that. We know some areas don't want it. They prefer not to have any. However, just like you said, somebody may want some on the island.
You
So
know, I used to write a lot of computer programs.
Right.
And there was an old terminology in computer programming called a do loop. And what I've been listening to here this afternoon is a do loop. We start out talking about one thing, we go around a circle, and we come back, and we're right back where we started. And I don't understand how you are going to define what is or is not fair. Now, I agree with you.
We don't have the answer.
You don't
Right,
have
right
the
now.
answer.
Yeah.
So I can accept that.
Okay.
You don't have the answer now, but I just want to tell you as a representative for people all across the city of Corpus Christi, I'm going to be very concerned about how this is done fairly.
Everybody is.
For
We are too,
everybody.
Councilman,
We-
yes.
yeah.
We all are. It's not everybody, I can tell you right now, having done this or seen it being done in San Antonio, not everybody's gonna be happy, and we can't please everybody. That's gonna happen unless
Yep.
you just do nothing like we've been doing for decades. So we're gonna try to address this, looking at best practices, bringing in a consultant that's done it before, and listening to a stakeholder group. We're gonna tell them, hey, what do you think of this? What do you think of that? It's up to 17 people now.
Yeah.
So,
And
and Andrea
Peter,
may
that's
be a
the
little
most-
aggressive on the schedule, but we hope we can get it done in that time.
That's the most important part of this.
Right.
Is what would be wrong is that you go up to an office upstairs with staff and say, okay, here's what we came
Right.
up with. We are bringing in the community and added to it to start
But
the
I
whole
haven't seen,
conversation.
Mayor, I've asked for that list at least twice now, and I
Okay.
have not seen it
Well,
yet.
you'll get it to us
I will be
today.
happy to get it to
I
you.
mean,
I apologize.
I don't know what that 17 group represents. Does that represent a small portion of the city?
No, we
Does it
should,
represent the
The whole city.
Northwest equally, or?
So I worked with staff and Peter for quite a while on that list, actually, and took some heat for how long it took.
Yeah.
But it was very important to Peter and to myself and the rest of the staff to make sure that we had a good mix in that group. And as you heard, as you mentioned at the last meeting, fell a little short in terms of making sure that we had the neighborhood focus. But we have that now. And so we will maintain that going forward. I will gladly send you that list, sir.
Send it to everybody on-
I will. And then I also.
I'm not trying to
Thank
beat
you.
y'all up about this, but I'm just trying to understand this process, because I keep getting people cornering me up saying, well, how's this gonna work? How's this gonna work?
Right.
And I don't have the answers.
Right, I understand, sir, and you're more than welcome to refer them to me if you would like to. I'm happy to speak with any of them. Councilmember Molina and Smith, Barrera, they've all done that, and I'm happy to speak with any citizen that would like to talk about it. But I also wanted to point out too, Mayor, it's not just those 17 individuals that have a voice. It's everybody that's interested in the topic and wants to watch those meetings. That's why we're putting them on the website. And they can still provide their input even if they're not part of the actual stakeholder meetings. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
can I just add one more thing? So, Councilman, this is a tough policy issue to grapple to address. So we want to applaud you and the City Council for doing it, because decades of neglecting this too hasn't helped anybody.
No, we
Right,
definitely need to do it, not
Yeah.
only to be fair to people who live in the neighborhoods,
Right.
but we need to be fair to the people who own and operate hotels and motels in this city.
Right.
Because they're taking a huge, they're investing a lot of money in our community to address, tourism for this community, and we're losing thousands of dollars of hotel motel tax.
Right.
So that's what it comes down to. But anyway, thank you all very much. I
You're
appreciate
very
it.
welcome.
Thank you. Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, also, Andrea, I want to commend you and for really handling this with a lot of patience, because I know there's people that are very passionate about it, and just like anything else, when they come in here with pitchforks and torches because we're violating their property rights, it takes a special individual to be able to manage that. So first off, I want to appreciate that, and thank you for handling all the calls that I've referred you. Just a couple of things, and just if I might dovetail, Councilman Pothole, is that, I think that's part of the reason we want to have this ordinance, so that way we can collect that hotel occupancy tax that we're losing out on. And if if a property owner has the ability to be able to provide that resource for us, I think we ought to capitalize on it. And I've had a saying now for probably the last year and a half that we tend to turn a simple addition problem into a calculus problem, and just because we want to create a system that way we can't, that all the rules will be able to give us an answer. And, and I've said from the get-go, the biggest problem with this, and I'm just, I guess, saying it for just the rest of the council here and have it on record, is we're trying to protect, number one, we want to collect the revenue, as I've said before, that we're missing out on. But number two, most importantly, is we want to fix the nuisance problems of the party houses. And so that way we respect the rights of the neighbors, and so we can do so and have that balance, because obviously if somebody is using an STR in my district, of which there's several because I've looked, most of those instances, a lot of them were using COVID, where during that period where nurses were staying, when they had no hotels to stay in, they were staying at a home because they were staying there long-term residential, and they had people coming in and out. So I know that's something that you're considering, but I just want to make sure that I know the island and Flower Bluff is very sensitive, and we need to take care of that. But we can't forget about the other uses that we'll utilize. That maybe somebody traveling on business will feel more comfortable in a home versus being in a hotel and not having the amenities and having to go out every night to cook or whatever. So anyway, I know you're working on that, but I just wanted to put it on record. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a real quick question, because something that Councilman Smith said, that you are taking note of all the short-term rentals that are currently being operated right now?
Taking note.
Or you're identifying them, so when the time comes, you can go cite them?
We are working on that, sir, yes.
Why didn't we do that beforehand? Before this, we could have done that beforehand, because it was illegal to operate short-term rentals prior to this registration requirement, right? Why didn't we do that beforehand?
Yes, sir. We've had this conversation a number of times, and it goes back to the prosecution side. I'm not a prosecutor, so I can't stand here and defend that side of the equation for you. But I can tell you that staff on the enforcement side, which is different than the prosecution side, is diligent in their efforts to see these problems be resolved. But when our prosecutor tells us that the burden of proof is so high on those cases that if we are actively enforcing them, that they're not going to be able to prosecute them, then you have to ask yourself, is that a good use of staff time?
I don't know, we never tried to
Yeah,
prosecute.
Councilman, I'm going to interrupt because we have been down this road and we're moving forward.
I'm just
Today,
asking the
I
question about
understand,
what
but-
they did here.
but I'm
And
gonna
and
clar-
I
I'm
understand
gonna
you don't like me,
clarify.
but I mean, this is,
I'm going to
this
clarify
adds this line of
I'm going
questioning.
to clarify this. Today, this presentation is about moving forward. So to go backwards, you have a right to ask. You have a right to ask. But what is bothersome is we have had this conversation in this council meeting several times, and their answer is going to be the same. First and foremost, she probably wasn't even here. Secondly, we're moving forward, and this is a good thing. So let's embrace what it is. And your questions were valid. I remember when you first asked them, but you did get an answer. And I
Well,
just
this is a
don't
new
want-
question, right? We're doing something that we
Same.
should have done previously, and we made all the people on the island suffer needlessly. So I wanted to ask that question because it was something that Councilman Smith brought up, that we're going through the process of identifying so we can go after them and pounce on them like a tiger after the time comes up, right? Is that the intent?
Well,
Not
I
like a
wouldn't word
tiger.
it that way, sir. That's a little too
Like a
aggressive. But
tiger.
but I will say that it is different, Mayor, and I want to make sure that that's clear because it does get confusing when that question is repeated and people think that staff hasn't done what's expected of them. But and you may feel that way, sir.
I do feel that way.
But this
But I blame
this
Miles.
particular.
All
This
right, let's
particular
move
issue
on.
that Mr. Smith was asking about is related to the registration piece.
Right.
Not the land use piece. And you keep referencing the land use piece. So the part that we're talking about effective March 15th, where we will start active enforcement of, is strictly related to the registration, which didn't get approved until January the 11th and is
Okay.
effective on March 15th.
Okay, so some other questions here regarding what is an STR.
Yes.
So if you have somebody that has an apartment that's in the back of their home that they're renting on a short-term rental, would that be considered a bed and breakfast because the owner's on the property, or is it considered an STR?
If it's a single-family detached home in a single-family zone, it would be, and it's less than a 30-day stay, it most likely is going to be considered a short-term rental.
Okay, so in our UDC, we have the ability to have a bed and breakfast.
That is
and you
correct.
have to have a special permit.
That is
So we're kind of creating an ordinance that doesn't necessarily comply with our UDC. So we'd have to change the UDC to allow for special permits to operate a short-term rental. Is
That is correct, sir. There will have to be updates to the Unified Development Code.
Okay, so we're
once
going to
the-
require individuals to come before the planning and zoning to get a special permit to operate a short-term rental.
That, sir, is too premature for me to answer that question. It doesn't look like it, but because we haven't vetted all the options related to regulating STRs, I would be premature if I said
So why
yes
not-
or no
Why
to
not
that
go that
question.
route? I mean, we have a special permit process for bed and breakfasts that actually specifically states in when you can use it and when you can't, in both multifamily, commercial, as well as residential. The only one that you can't use it in is in RS 4.5. Everything else from RS 6 to farm rural, you can get a special permit. Why not use the same process to where you can have an individual location get the request a special permit and get vetted that way, as opposed to kind of doing a blanket approach?
I can certainly address that and talk to the consultant and the implementation team about that.
I mean, that way, so if, for example, I think that's a fair process to Councilman Pusley's point. If somebody comes in and asks for a special permit in District 2 and no one complains about it, he gets a special permit. If you go into District 4 on the island, someone asks for a special permit, you'll get everybody in here complaining about it and they don't get the permit. would that be a more fair process in order to do that?
I will certainly bring that up with the advisory group as well as the consultant and staff.
Okay, so also there are other other people that use the Airbnb service. For example, the V Boutique Hotel, which is in a commercial district, uses, it started off as a hotel, but it wasn't very fruitful to do it that way, so they went to the Airbnb website, and people rent the rooms directly from that site. Would they have to register being in a commercial property?
Yes, they do. If they're
Okay.
on the island in Flower Bluff, yes, they do.
Okay, but they're not. They're in downtown.
Okay, well,
Okay.
then they don't right now, but they
Okay,
will in
but
July.
So vicariously, would you have to have hotels also register?
If they're operating as a short-term rental,
Well, all hotels are pretty much a short-term rental.
yes, I understand what you're saying, but hotels are hotels and
Well, this
short-term.
boutique hotel is a hotel. It's just utilizing the Airbnb website for renting its rooms. Would they be required to have a permit number in order to be on that site, even though they're technically in a commercial area operating as a hotel?
So it will depend on what, if the definition of a short-term rental changes or not, and who it's going to be applicable to. So you're asking me questions that are going to be answered through this process, this phase 2 process. And I'm happy to take your input and provide it to the group, and we can vet it. But to stand here today and answer those, I can't give you a guarantee answer. But I'm happy to take it to the group on your behalf, sir.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, I'll follow up with these questions in an email format. That way you can kind of have,
Awesome.
I mean, because, it's not like one size fits all, right?
I agree.
It is not, there's different types of properties. There's, commercial, multifamily, there's residential that have rental property in the back of their home. So there's different aspects of this. So I just don't want it to be, like, okay, we're going to do this ordinance, it's going to be one size fits all. I think if you do it more specifically based on the individual situation, which would be through special permits via the UDC, I think that would be more appropriate. That way, you can evaluate each individual property on an individual basis.
Okay.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. Mine's going to be real quick. A lot of these programs, like Airbnb, have rating systems on both sides, from the user to the host. Do any of the systems have, or do any of the groups have a rating system from the neighbors?
That's a question I don't know the answer to, but I can find out for you.
Okay.
Okay? That's actually a really good question. So, yes. Yeah.
I haven't either.
I will check, sir.
Figured, this stuff's popping up all over the nation. Someone may be developing something like that, so.
Yeah, I will definitely look into that for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll make that part of the next report. Okay?
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, to go along with that, Andrea, and I've made this comment several times. I think when we have whoever it is, the company is going to have the software that basically goes and looks for these STR. Are we going to notify the Airbnb or the companies doing the advertising that, hey, this may not be up to our standards here? We will notify them as well?
Yes, sir, we will notify them.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
And I want to reiterate, and Councilman Barrera said it, I think y'all doing a great job. I didn't mean to sound like I was short with you, but I just want to be sure we understand this process and how we're going to do it. My family and I have stayed in many short-term rental homes all across the United States. In fact, a couple of years ago, we rented a home in Winter Park, Colorado, and we spent Thanksgiving week there and had Thanksgiving dinner there. So it's not something that's not foreign to me. So if it's done properly, it can be done. And this was in a very upscale neighborhood, a very nice home, and we enjoyed it thoroughly. So this is a good process.
Thank you, sir. And I learned a long time ago not to take people's passion personally. And I also understand the position that you're in as council members. And I know it's hard when you're trying to respond to your constituents and you don't have all the answers. But I just want to extend to you the opportunity to refer them to myself. I'm happy to answer those questions. You're welcome, sir.
Andrea, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for this presentation. You're doing an amazing job answering everything and just addressing it all. This is a process. We appreciate you being the lead of this process, and we'll work together. You know, the council individually or whomever has questions or comments or isn't clear, we'll continue to work with you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Okay, so next we have item number 19, Infrastructure Investment in Jobs Act, Building a Better America Overview Briefing by Tammy Embry.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Tammy Embry, Director of Intergovernmental Relations, for the record. As you discussed a little bit in brief on the earlier item regarding the consultants for the RAISE grant, we all know that the Congress passed the bipartisan infrastructure bill last fall. You may hear that in different vernacular talked about in different terms. So in President Biden's campaign, he talked about a proposal that was Build Back Better. And so as this was moving through the congressional process, it was tied with another piece of legislation that was more of a social infrastructure piece. That was the Build Back Better. You had the bipartisan infrastructure bill. And it's interchangeably referred to in those terms. And also by the official name of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So you will hear those terms kind of interchangeably referring to this policy. Just to give you a really big picture overview of what the bill consisted of, it is in total a $1.2 trillion spending package, authorization for spending package. And that will be implemented over fiscal years 2022 to fiscal year 2026. There is 5 years of funding, multiple opportunities to apply in various programs, $550 billion in new spending. Why is it important to identify new spending? Currently, the federal government is operating under a continuing resolution. The current continuing resolution expires this Friday. Just before walking in here, the word on the street is the deal is done for an omnibus spending package. Text should be released later that night. It was actually supposed to be released on Sunday, so we'll see if they make that prediction now. But they are working very hard to get a full year spending package done, and it's my understanding there'll also probably be a Ukrainian support package in that bill as well. But with but because the dismay at how the federal government works, and I understand that. Having worked now at the federal, state, and local level, every level of government has its own uniqueness, and so I happen to spend 20 years up there, so it's just kind of old hat to me how it all works. But all of the new programs that were passed in the Infrastructure and Jobs Acts cannot be implemented until they pass a new funding, a full year funding bill, because under a continuing resolution, all you can fund is things that existed in the previous year's appropriations bill. To give you another example, there's one particular program that facilities has an interest in that would be an energy efficiency program. It's been authorized for over a decade. It's only received appropriations funding in 1 year in that time period. So even though there's programs contained in this bill, they may never be funded. So this is an authorization bill. Now we move on to the appropriations process. But most of this is through the Surface Transportation Act. It's the reauthorization of the Surface Transportation Act. It's your roads funding. It's your highways funding. It's your funding that flows through the MPO through various formulas or TxDOT. So there's a total of 381 programs. 40% of this bill, though, will be in discretionary grants that will be open to competition. Big program categories: transportation, roads, bridges, major projects, safety, safe routes to school, Vision Zero that Corpus Christi was ahead of the curve and adopted 2 years ago. There's going to be funding opportunities for that. Airports, Federal Aviation Administration facilities, and I have to give it to our airport. All of the money that's going to flow through airports to this is existing programs. They're very familiar with them. They kind of already know what their projects look like. They're working on those. I've been working with them on a funding program this week just to do letters of support. So they're on the ball. They've got it. They've got this down. Public transportation, RTA. Definitely going to have opportunities for there, but also some different bus funding that will be available to school districts. Ports and waterways. Port of Corpus Christi will have funding opportunities, and there will be examples where programs are open to all of these entities at the same time, hence the mention earlier for need for regional collaboration. Passenger and freight rail, electric vehicles, buses, ferries. But then one of the unique characteristics of this bill that goes along with the new political dynamic in Washington with all three branches of government being controlled by the Democratic Party: climate, energy, and environment. So most all of these programs now have a point or a goal and a metric to meet that satisfies climate change, environmental issues, clean energy incentives, a lot of money in here for electric vehicles and charging stations, creating that clean energy infrastructure, water, resiliency, environmental remediation, things like Superfund sites, brownfields, et cetera, eliminating lead service lines from water systems, but then also disaster mitigation through some FEMA programs and other options. And other issues that we're not talking about because they've not been priorities for the city: broadband and some other categories. This 25 competitive infrastructure funding opportunities for local government. We put this on here not because every single one of them apply to the city of Corpus Christi, but in the first step of the rollout of the implementation side of this bill from the White House in late January, early February, they put together a fact sheet, 7-page fact sheet under the Build a Better America tagline that highlighted these 25 programs, what they are, a projected timeline, because a lot of those we still don't know because of the lack of full year appropriations. But so you'll see things on there like the RAISE grants that we talked about today, Port Infrastructure Development grants, Safe Streets and Roads for All, charging and fueling, clean school bus programs, reconnecting communities, rural surface transportation grant, community wildfire defense. So these are obviously, some of these are going to apply to us, not all of these. Clean hydrogen hubs, that's not us. The port may get involved in that, but that's not going to be something that the city of Corpus Christi is involved in. Some initial high-level recommendations that the White House put out in their guidebook. They actually produced a 400-page guidebook that has a fact sheet on every single program in the bill. But some of the high-level recommendations to local governments as they prepare for all of these programs to roll out: prioritize your community's capital needs, develop a project pipeline, take time to think about projects that you may have previously considered that were impossible due to a lack of funding or a lack of regional coordination. Ensure all transit, railway, road, highway, and bridge projects are part of your MPO's Transportation Improvement Program. We actually have Rob here from the MPO today in case y'all get a little bit technical and I can't answer specific MPO-related questions. He's here to be a resource for us. Begin mapping sites for electric vehicles and alternative fuel charging stations. This is actually something that's come up in conversations with facilities. It's actually something that's come up in conversations for with the airport on a desire to potentially take advantage of these programs. But there are also other alternatives. You know, are there locations along the 77 I-69 corridor that would make sense for those? Or are there regional destination parks that might actually be a good location to those? So these are some of the things that our department should be taking a look at. Regional collaboration. Can't encourage this enough. Regional collaboration is going to be needed to ensure that the best, most competitive projects are submitted for current consideration. If only 3 projects potentially a year are going to be awarded to Texas in a RAISE grant, we've got to figure out how we work together regionally in a conversation to determine what are those big regional impacts. The MPO might be one of those great venues because it's a neutral third-party venue that all of the major players are involved in. RTA sits on the board, TxDOT sits on the board, Port sits on the board, we do, the county, Sampac County, City of Portland. So that may be a good venue for it, but it's something for discussion about how we want to move forward over the next 4 years and what that conversation needs to look like for the City of Corpus Christi, but also for the Coastal Bend region. We picked a few grants to highlight for y'all today. First of all, being the one that Sarah came to you about earlier, Local Regional Assistance Grants, or RAISE. This is a program that has existed for 12 to 15 years. It was originally known as BUILD, then was known as TIGER. It's and now RAISE. It is a competitive grant program which provides funding for road, rail, transit, other surface transportation, but also includes opportunities for ports of local and regional significance. $7.5 billion available over the next 5 years. As I said earlier, the award floor for a community of our size is a $5 million grant, and the ceiling is a $25 million grant. You can only fund up to $225 million in a single state. For rural projects, the minimum is only $1 million. So you can get some mix of rural and urban projects. And there has been a very big emphasis over the last 10 years within the federal government to create a regional coordinating council across all the different agencies. So even though we may think all of these grants should go to large urban areas, there's going to be a mix of urban and rural in all of these. What is also unique to the RAISE grant this time, in addition to some of the climate issues that I've talked about, so considering things like, is it going to reduce congestion and increase air quality? Is it going to help you with a hurricane evacuation route? Is it going to raise a roadway that may be subject to flooding or storms? So can you make a hurricane argument? Can you make various different environmental arguments to support your project? But also, for the first time in a requirement in surface transportation bills, a more, not a first-time requirement, but a bigger emphasis on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So are you serving minority populations? Are you serving people of color? Are you having an impact? Are you in a historically disadvantaged area or a persistent poverty area? Are you connecting those communities to resources and assets that they did not have? Are you connecting critical infrastructure? So these are the types of questions that they're asking in that process. And I will say the port has been highly successful with this project, and I can name at least 2 awards that they've had over the last 10 years on rail projects and other projects at the port. So I do believe they will be submitting an application under this process too. We'll know more at their next commission meeting. Safe streets and roads for all. This really dovetails with the Vision Zero initiative that Corpus Christi implemented and adopted 2 years ago.
Can we see the next slide? The next slide. There we go.
Sorry. This, as I said, dovetails nicely with the Vision Zero initiative that we adopted 2 years ago. Will help to implement safe routes to school, bike and pedestrian paths, etc. The MPO has recently actually had a call for projects open in their Category 9 funding. There was a call for projects for $4.5 million. That call for projects actually received $8.8 million in requested projects. The good news is with this money, with this bill being implemented, we should see increases in that category of funding. So they'll work through that process over time. But the city of Corpus Christi applied for, I believe, over $4 million in projects in that call for projects. That will be an available tool extended, and there will be, as I understand it, there's also going to be a discretionary grant program for safety in addition to the formula program. Is that right? Yeah. So there will be additional opportunities other than just the MPO. Charging and fueling infrastructure grants, as I mentioned, facilities has mentioned an interest in this in the airport, but there could be other opportunities throughout the city should we choose to seek them. This is one that we expect to see a notice of funding available later this year. And then I put this slide up to really show you, as I mentioned, there's discretionary grant programs that are about 40% of this bill, and then there's the surface transportation piece of reauthorization piece to this bill. So this is really a illustration for you to see the increases that will come to this region under the formula for programs through the surface transportation bill. So you can see the infrastructure bill passage, the 10-year projection at the MPO for categories 2, 4, 7, and 9 was $289,800,000 after the most recent prediction that they had in their technical policy committee meeting last Thursday is $329 million. So that's an increase in $40 million right off the bat. You'll also look at category 1, which is not included in that subtotal, and you'll see an increase from 520 to 622. Those are tech stop projects, so we don't have as much control. We don't have any control over those projects, but those are tech stop dollars that are going to come to projects in this region. So this is showing the impact of the bill, even if we don't have direct control over that spending. Of the categories listed there, category 9, we just talked about the call for projects. And that includes things like hike and bikes, things like safe routes to school, rails to trails, other things like that. Also category 7, which is a very flexible category that can cover a lot of different types of projects. And then, last slide before questions, just an overview of the city team working on this effort. Tristan and I have been working, this has taken up most of our time over the last 5 or 6 weeks. What we are trying to do in intergovernmental relations is to break down all of this information coming out of the White House, coming out of the various agencies, make sure notice of funding availabilities are get out. Tristan's reviewing grants.gov 2 or 3 times a week, making sure we're seeing other opportunities. And by the way, can I thank you all and thank the city manager for realizing that IGR needed some additional resources, because we're able to do a whole lot more nitty-gritty detail digging on this because we've got the addition of Tristan and IGR. So he is also has participated in 6 sessions of what the White House calls infrastructure school. So they're doing webinars once or twice a week on various different program topics and going through all the different programs that fit under that bill. So he's done 6 so far. We're sharing that information with the relevant departments or our relevant community partners. And then we got 6 more coming over the month of March. Then we're also working with individual departments. We've met with several departments to look at funding opportunities, and what we're asking for departments is to get us the actual programs they're most interested in so we can get them all of the information that they need on eligible projects to be considering and things to get ready for even before that funding notice comes out. And then, as you considered today, outside consultants. That's probably not going to be the last request that you receive under that. These are highly competitive programs, and they're looking at big picture, and they're looking at issues that and categories that are going to need to be added into, and aspects of proposals that we probably haven't had to think about. And when you think about it, these are not necessarily looking at your average bond project. We don't design residential streets and even some of our collector streets and stuff to TxDOT standards. We don't We don't necessarily design them to federal standards. We don't necessarily have to do an environmental impact analysis on all of these projects. The benefit cost analysis that's needed in the RAISE grant that Sarah was talking about. So those are different things that are gonna have to be thought about and that we're gonna need to augment our staff with additional resources to make sure we put together the most effective proposals moving forward and that gives us the biggest chance for being successful. And as I said on the RAISE grant, it's kind of, everybody thinks of shovel-ready projects because that was the big deal in 2008 when you had the Recovery Act, and that's what, when we were trying to get out of the recession as early on in the Obama presidency. But that was it. We want shovel-ready projects. We want to get this money out the door as fast as we can, as quick as we can, to whatever we can fund. And as you see, because this is going through more traditional program paths, it's going to be multiple funding opportunities. They want to see the best project that gets them the most bang for their buck. That's why they want a mix of funding opportunities. It's why you need a project that has bond programs or other city funding into it. It needs a project that has some TxDOT funding in it. It has to be in the MPO. In some cases, we're going to have to work with Rob, and then we may even have to go to Austin to the TxDOT Commission to get things added into the UTP so that we can get funding from TxDOT. So there's going to be a lot of different steps to this, to going after this money. It's not as easy. It's not that every single project that we have that we think is going to compete for it will. But we're here to make sure that we help you put forth the best case forward, and we're trying to work within the departments and across the city team to make sure we're taking advantage of every opportunity that we can. Any questions?
Councilman Barretta.
Tammy, thank you for your enthusiasm and, really your commitment to really getting this forward. I guess one of the things that, well, first I'll start off with a story and bore everybody. I'll go back to when I was chair of the RTA back in 06 and 07. At that time, the region was very territorial. Terry Shamsey was our county judge, and I'm looking at Mike's face to see what he. He's calmed down. Ruben Bonilla was our port chairman. Henry Garrett was our mayor, and the group was very territorial. But we were very fortunate. We had a great team at the RTA that believed in regional collaboration. So with that, we were able to build a new maintenance facility that we were in dire need. We were able to expand on our communication system, and so much of what was part of some of the system that we have now that's now obsolete. But we were able to expand that because of regional collaboration. So what do you, when we say, and a lot of that was really with the support of the MPO, because that's where most of us were in a room together all at one time at least. So, and one of the things that I recognize is what's good for the port is good for the city. What's good for the county is good for the city. What's good for the city is good for the port, and as well as the RTA. And the challenge that we had sometimes at the RTA is they looked at us as this little bus system that just moved these people around, that had way too much money, and just moved it along the poor people. And that we didn't look at like as a system, an economic development system, to be able to get people to work. And once we got that message across that we're a partner, so how do we all work as partners as far as this? So what does regional collaboration mean for Corpus Christi? Or Peter, maybe for you, what do you envision is that? Because I think if we can expand on some of these projects, that we're not all, well, what's my piece? What are we going to do to ensure that we play well in the sandbox?
Do you want to start?
Well, Tammy can answer it, but we need to continue to work with the partners. You can see Rob McDonald's here, so we need the other partners at the table as well. And Tammy just began talking to us yesterday about the RAISE grant, where we'll be talking with the port to see how serious they are about theirs. But it's what we've been doing. It's maybe more of it, continue dialogue with the lead agents, like the county judge, the Port of Corpus Christi, their chairperson and CEO, and others, RTA, MPO, right?
And TxDOT.
And TxDOT.
We're gonna need to sit down with, we're gonna need to sit down with Valenti and kind of see where the region's looking at, and then look at what may need to actually be elevated to the commission level. And I think that's gonna happen once we identify some potential projects. So beyond the initial raise grant application, as we take a wider look at what are those eligible projects, I think it's something that I would encourage all of y'all to be involved in starting that dialogue with your counterparts at the other agencies that are eligible for this funding. I think MPO, as I said, is a great place because all of those entities sit on the board, and so it's probably going to be a discussion. You know, this is the approved project list for the MPO, and it's broken down into the currently funded projects, the 10-year plan, and the long-range plan. And so some of those have funding attached to them, some of them don't. Some of those may actually be projects that were previously identified that may no longer be priorities.
Right.
So we may need to rearrange and work with Rob and your other counterparts on the MPO mayor. Sarah is our technical representative on the MPO that serves on their technical policy committee. And so working through that, you've got a great opportunity coming up with a chamber trip to DC in early April, where the port, the county, us, Portland, I believe Rob will probably be. Are you going on that trip? Maybe not. Maybe not. Those are opportunities to start that conversation in a less controversial manner, in a more social manner. And so I can't answer that as staff. I can give you recommendations. But I think that's going to have to be something that's going to be you as our policymakers who take that initiative to do it. But I think the willing to, as you described it, the port is important to us. We're important to the port. I believe the project they may have that they are considering might have to do with improvements to the bulk terminal dock. So that's, you know, and we obviously need the improvements to Yorktown. That is becoming an ever growing connecting point parallel to SPID. Council member Hernandez.
Councilmember Herrero, Representative Hernandez.
Oh, it's been a long day. Councilmember Hernandez has obviously been a huge proponent of Regional Parkway. That project is in its planning stages. There are planning opportunities and there is planning funding. Probably the biggest first step that's going to take is the full-blown EIS. And so how do we look at opportunities to do that? TxDOT's going to have to buy into that project and actually get on board with it. That's going to also touch Clayburgh. That's going to touch the island. And so there's multiple players in that. So that brings in even another player. The King Ranch is involved. But as I understand it from some of the folks who worked on the original study, you know, there is a willingness on that project. It's just a matter of you got to get the right people. That's also one that's probably we're probably going to have to work with the TxDOT Commission to get added to the UTP in order to get, you know, that moving in the right direction. So there are definitely multiple layers of here. It's not just talking to the governor. It's not just talking to our representatives. It's talking to TxDOT. It's talking to Federal Highways Administration. It's talking to that. Mayor and I are going to be at the National League of Cities meeting in D.C. next week. The president's speaking. Secretary Buttigieg speaking. FAA is speaking. They're going to have rooms there where cities can go and talk to different agency level folks about different projects. And so once you decide on the projects that you want to go after, once you decide on what that universe of the possible is, that's when we put together the action plan of who all needs to be involved in it. But we're going to be talking to Congressman Cloud about it next week. We're also trying to set up a meeting. I'm also trying to set up a meeting with another Texas congressman that's on transportation that has been helpful to us on some other issues, helpful to the community as a whole on some other issues. So that's the road that lies ahead.
And I appreciate that. And Mr. Zanoni, I challenge you in, you know, the city of Corpus Christi is in San Patricio County, Clayburgh County, and obviously Nueces County. And I challenge you to take the lead on that program, to get everybody to sing Kumbaya, and to try and eliminate that territorialism, because we're the biggest stakeholder, obviously. And back then, and I can tell you, and we still see it now, us as policymakers have to validate ourselves so we could get reelected. And so what is it? But we've chosen you as our leader of the 9 of us, so that way you can put all that together with your team. And I can tell you that from the time, and right now I suggest the RTA has good relationships in Washington, and for us to be, because they've been successful in some of their asks here most recently, and they, although Greg and I have talked about this thing they have on no emissions vehicles that they're starting with, that they'll probably won't be seen till 10 years from now. Those are the type of things that we need to do, so that way we can have that regional parkway. But
They do have funding opportunities in this bill for things like that.
That's right. And so I think that's a thing, though, that we need to look at it holistically for the region, because once again, I'll say it again, we're in Nueces County. It's very important for us to take care of streets. But to enhance the economy, we're in Claiborne County, San Patricio County, Nueces County. And candidly, I'll say personally, and I think I speak for the majority of the council, that we're counting on you to take the lead to be able to do that and capitalize on all our relationships, whether they be in, I'll wait for you to get off your phone. Thanks. And so to capitalize on the relationships that any one of us either has in Washington or in Austin or whatever, and so that way we can move forward. I'm looking to you for that leadership, and I think you're highly capable.
Yeah, and if I may add, Councilman, there are so many parts to this, but part of the plan, and Sarah and I meet regularly, is our counterparts on the MPO. And so I will be reaching out to them, because that is who we're talking about. That's who we're talking about, is the people on the MPO it's everybody we have to bring in and say, okay, what are we gonna do? And so that's, the mayor, the county judge, the Judge Krebs, everybody's on there.
Oh, yeah.
That needs to come together. So it's that group that, we need to sit down again. Like I said, I sit with Sarah and regularly regarding, MPO, but we've already had conversations into, okay, how are we gonna bring this together with everyone at the dais on that board? Because those are the players right there.
Well,
and so there is a plan for that.
As a former member of the MPO, I agree 100%. But what made us successful was the professionals that we hired to be able to fulfill the requests that we made, because they're the ones, they're where the metal meets the meat. And so that's the thing. Like I said, I've said it a lot of times, we're paying him $325,000. We need to expect that out of him.
Clarify for me.
Well, the whole thing is that we employ professionals such as Tammy,
Right.
as Peter, to be able to look at these programs, so that way they could give us something to vote yes or no.
I see.
Now, the thing is, though, is that we have relationships, whether they be your relationship with the governor, whether they be our relationships, whether we have in Austin. Those are those so that way we could further them to tell the story. But they're the ones that write the policy. We just vote them yes or no.
Right.
So that's the thing. I'm just encouraging Peter to be able to move to expand to that level, because I think that's really what's going to make us successful.
And the other venue that I would say offers an opportunity at least once a month to have conversations with it, and several of you are appointed to the board, is the Council of Governments. They may not deal with transportation funding, but it is a gathering once a month of policymakers across this entire region. It is a chance to have those conversations, and it is another venue that is open to you.
Yeah.
And on that board, we just reappointed just about everybody to be more high profile.
And I believe it's Councilman
Molina,
Molina and Barrera and
the city
Hunter.
staff, right, the city staff part.
Yeah,
especially.
and then but there's also 4 members of council that serve
Right.
on that board as well.
Okay. Tammy, no, Councilman Pusley, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so if I understand this right, you have, if you work weekends and holidays, you've got almost 30 days to put this together. And I just don't see how you're going to be able to
That's why we've brought in the outside consultants, because they're the ones who
If
have.
this were a
they've-
corporation, I'd be shorting the stock big time.
Well, that, you've got to understand, that program was just released in February.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, I mean, this is an annual funding.
No, I
and it's-
understand. So,
But with new requirements that have ever been had before.
yeah, I remember in 2008, you brought that up, on the Recovery Act. We did get the Joe Fulton corridor built with that money. So that was a big deal, and that's a highly used
And those are the
system
type
now.
of projects that they're looking for. They're
Yeah.
looking for those big ticket
So
projects.
we basically have got to sit down with the MPO and everybody that represents and figure out what project it is that would fit underneath that umbrella.
Right.
So we're not going to be repairing Carroll Lane with this money or any other street in Corpus Christi. We're going to be looking at something more regional.
For raise, but there are definitely other pots of money that the different types of projects can be in, and those are, you're looking, your MPO list, you've got things on here, you've got, things that have been funded through MPO ramp reversals, you've got pedestrian and bike trails, you've got, Park Road 22, Highway 361 upgrades and connectors. There's Agnes Street Laredo project on a 10-year plan.
But
Simone
those are really not regional, and maybe Park Road 22, but, which, ties in some communities, but, so I'm gonna make a little pitch for something that's kind of highlighted here on one of the pages, and that is there's additional funding for broadband and other programs, which may fall to the bottom of the list with a lot of people, but we have a broadband system in this city that was installed a number of years ago and now has basically been abandoned in place, and the city's been allowing it to die as the repeaters die across the city. And something like that might be an opportunity for us to have a citywide broadband system that is real.
We can take a look at the broadband, the different broadband programs. I have not concentrated on that because that's not something
when I
that
say
we've had
broadband, I'm
council
talking about
policy
a-
on.
I'm
No,
talking-
I lobbied the broadband issue. From the rural standpoint, I actually lobbied that issue for 15 years in DC. I'm
Yeah.
extremely familiar and actually got some really good improvements in the last farm
Yeah.
bill when I worked for the National
So
Rural Electric
basically, you'd have a
Cooperatives.
citywide Wi-Fi
Yeah.
system that residents could access, and,
And there's a lot of cities across the state that are looking at that as a very serious
Therein
priority.
lies something that ties people together and improves safety and does a lot of things, so. Anyway, just my pitch.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay, thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. In looking at some of these things through federal government, and I'll pull a Councilman Barretta here. When I was on the RTA, every federal dollar that we got had some strings attached to it.
I'm a big fan of saying dirty old government money comes with dirty old government strings.
So, I mean, you'd mentioned what funding's available. What strings are attached to this funding?
Well, it's the things that I was talking about like, having to do, if you're doing a bond project, you don't have to do a full-blown environmental study. There are certain requirements, street quality requirements that might have to be met. The priority is to spend money in historically disadvantaged and persistent poverty areas. So do you meet those? That Reconnecting Community grant that was on here, that's a grant that's a newer program that's aimed at looking back at the past and looking at where has major infrastructure projects divided communities and how do you reconnect those areas. So those are the different types of, and it's just looking at things in different ways, and but the environmental, the having to do those benefit cost analysis that take some different expertise than what we've got necessarily right here. It's those types of requirements that that are the extra strings that
Okay, so it might be good when you come and talk to us the next time if we're fortunate enough to get anything or get on a short list or something, that what those strings really are so that we can prepare for them and be aware of them.
Well, I mean, like, if you'll remember the discussion that was had when last year during bond consideration over Rodfield extension, whether or not was that the city, should the city do that or should the state do that? Because would the city normally build to a state highway standard? And so we build roads to a certain standard, the state builds roads to a certain standard, federal government has certain standards that have to meet. That's a perfect example of just the different requirements that come with federal money. But you also have, there's different accounting, there's different reporting, there's different compliance. I mean, if we're just going to do bonds, I mean, we've just got to meet our bond obligations. But if we're going to go after federal money, you've then got to do all the reimbursements. These aren't pre-funded projects. You're going to have to fund them up front and be reimbursed. You're going to have to do all the grant compliance work and so that's going to be more work on Heather's staff. There's going to be, it's all of those different things that are the strings that come with it.
Okay, that might be best to itemize so we can, so everybody's aware of it, not just, we make the decision here, but the ones that actually implement it are, Peter's team, right? So it
And those are some of the discussions that we've had. It's actually one of the reasons why we talked about bringing in the outside consultants to help us with the
Right, so and
application.
on your list, you have the Regional Parkway, which I know I've been advocating for a long time, since before I was on council. And I made a few appearances in front of the MPO to promote it as well. It's not just for, what I was trying to avoid is us being somewhat similar to Austin and waiting for the infrastructure, waiting for the people to be there before the infrastructure. And that's the kind of the problem we're facing on Yorktown. We have all these subdivisions that have to exit on a 2-lane highway with no turning lane and kind of make a suicide left-hand turn in the morning and to get out of their subdivision, which is why we, started on Rodfield. But either way, I mean, it doesn't just affect where I'm at. I mean, economically for the island, to getting a second exit off the island, safety-wise.
Mm-hmm.
So I think as far as
It definitely hits a lot of boxes. It's just a matter of figuring out what's the next step and then what's the best program that you could go after it. And what are the additional steps? Do we need to, beyond it just being in the MPO plan, do we need to get it actually on the UTP, the Unified Transportation Plan at the state? And some of those, so those are some questions that we have to ask. And actually, Sarah and I have been talking about them, and I've actually had a couple conversations with Rob, and then I've actually had a couple conversations with people outside of this building that were involved in some of the planning documents. So,
well, it's
message heard loud and clear. Trust me.
Well, a lot of it is not
I've got
us.
several people telling me that even outside of this room that are, this is really the opportunity for Regional Parkway. And I don't discount that at all. We've just got to figure out what it fits best.
Okay, thank you. Well, hopefully I can get Greg Smith on board on
He
Regional
already
Parkway.
has me on board. He has me on board on that.
Maybe we can make it a new Chairman Hunter project too.
There you go. All right, thank you, Tammy. Appreciate it.
Anything else?
Oh, thank you, Tammy. Thank you very much. Councilman, do you have a light on? Leslie? No? All right. Thank you very much, Tammy. Sarah and Rob, thank you for being here. Okay, and our last briefing is item number 20, briefing on municipal court's backlog of ordinance citations and warrant roundup. Gilbert?
Good evening, Mayor, council
Hi.
members. It's
Hi.
good to be last. The only thing you might hear my tummy just roar a little bit, but
Yes.
it's all good. Gilbert Hernandez to present the outcome or brief view on the ordinance backlog and the warrant roundup. So if you recall, at our last meeting, I think it was January that we presented, I mentioned that as of December 22nd, 2021, we had 12,387 cases, ordinance violations to schedule. Of those violations combined, it was 3,604 people to schedule. And this was, again, starting as of December of 21st. So we scheduled dockets in January, we scheduled a lot of dockets in February, and the outcome, the results are approximately 14,000 cases for ordinance violations were scheduled from October through to the present. People scheduled, there was 3,274 people that we scheduled for hearings. Of those, 293 people appeared. And a lot of these dockets, most of these dockets were at the American Bank Center, if you recall. The outcome of those cases that we scheduled, there was 12,456 cases that were addressed. How were they addressed? 8,590 cases are either pending warrants or warrants have been issued, and that accounts for, 90%? 62%, I'm sorry. Cases resolved, there's a total of 3,866, and that includes 475 cases that were resolved by either placing people on deferred disposition, they received an extension to pay, the judge told them they had 30 days to pay and whatnot. And then 2,524 of those cases were closed, they were paid, or they were dismissed. Of those cases, it's 28%. Cases reset, we had 867 that were rescheduled for whatever reason. There might have been an attorney or somebody could not appear and requested a reschedule. 1,477 cases, there was no status changed. A large reason of this happens is because if the cases were issued to a business or mostly a business, then warrants will not be issued, and so those get stagnant. They're placed in the prosecutor's office, and they will be working to provide the court with a person that we can schedule to court. As of today, actually, we did have 13 violations that were pending. Now there's 0. They're all been scheduled. That doesn't mean that there's not any. What happens is when a violation is issued, a person has 14 days to appear, and the person doesn't appear, then we schedule it for court. As of right now, there's not any cases to schedule for the ordinance hearings. We do have 86 cases where they were either placed on deferred disposition or on a payment plan, and those cases have to be scheduled to a failed to comply docket. So we'll be working on those cases. So as you can see, the numbers are tremendously reduced from the pending that we had as of December to today. So we did have the warrant roundup. The amnesty period started February 14th. This is the period where we communicate, we advertise that we're going to have the warrant roundup, no arrests, and hopefully we bring people in to handle their violations, either by phone, by email, pay online, or come to court. During that 2-week period, we did clear 1,737 warrants. We collected a total of 501,798, and 1,890 people entered the court. We did have all our windows open during this period. Hopefully you didn't receive any complaints of long lines and waiting a long time in the lobby. The warrant roundup began February 26th. That's when the marshals effectively started looking for people. That was a Saturday to Saturday, March 6th to March 5th. During this period, we did clear 638. So people during this period are still handling their cases. Total amount collected during this period was $385,947. There was 24 people that were arrested by the marshals who cleared 100 warrants. Now, a marshal gets credit for making contact with the person. If that person has a child, they not necessarily bring that person in custody. They communicate to the person that they have warrants, and if that person handles or resolves the warrants, then they get credit for that. So that's part of those 24 arrests that they made. People that entered the court during that week period was 1,151. So below you have the total number of warrants cleared for the period, 2,375. We collected 887, 745,000, and 3,000, over 3,000 people entered the courtroom. We did want to provide the continued COVID-19 protocol. So the presiding judge, who was not able to be here because she's in mandatory class that she has to take, or they have to take, she follows the Texas Supreme Court emergency order, which expires, the current one expires April 1st. Based on that order, they have the authority, the presiding judge has the authority to continue following social distancing, which she's going to, and also to mandate a mask, that everybody wears a mask when in the courtroom. And she's going to continue doing that. That's all I have. Any questions?
Councilman Barrera.
Mr. Hernandez, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know I was a little testy the last time around, and then even more so the time before that. So, to collect, almost $900,000 in this short period of time, I mean, is commendable. Really, the records reflects that you and your team and Peter and the judges really stepped it up to be able to get this done, as well as all the other individuals that were involved. I guess a couple of things. Number one, I asked before, and we had this huge amount of receivables. I guess one thing, and I don't know if we have it, Chairman Martinez, on a future agenda, is to look at that from an aging standpoint, because I know some of those might be stale, some of those are obviously uncollectible, and so that way we look at it more from a business perspective. I say oftentimes I'm a revenue guy, so I always try to figure out how am I going to drive the revenue and collect the funds that are owed to me as quickly as possible, once we get it up on there. So, I know you guys don't particularly look at it from that way, but that's one of the things. If the receivables there, it's only good once it's in the bank and the check is cleared. So, the other thing is that I guess, and I appreciate once again you having all the windows open and having the staffing up there to be able to do that. So I guess homework is that if you can get us that information, so that way we can see where we're at with regard to collections, and then also there was a document that was provided to us at a municipal court committee meeting that basically told us where we were in dispositions in comparison to the rest of the big cities, and so that way we can kind of have a gauge of if how we're doing, with regard to that. And I think right now, especially what you've done in these last 60 days. Or the last 30, so to speak, it'll put us on a higher level. So,
absolutely, sir. I can tell you that I am working with City Manager Peter Zanoy and Miles on the the uncollectibles. So there's a new law that went into effect September of 2021 that allows the court to administratively close any cases that haven't been paid in 15 years. We've already started that project. I've submitted a request to Judge Loeb that pretty much gives us number of cases from 1995, there was very few, through 2006. And so we already started closing cases that were convicted, that we can show that there was no activity or there hasn't been any payments done, and starting closing some of those cases administratively. I'm working with Miles. After this project, we'll be working on cases that were not adjudicated. That requires a prosecutor or legal to provide the recommendation for those cases to be dismissed. So that will be the next project after these cases. But yes, we are working on the uncollectibles. Moving forward, we'll continue closing cases every year that are uncollectible more than 15 years. And I can provide you more information on that, sir. Absolutely.
Excellent, and it doesn't have to be at this setting, I guess maybe at the court, however Chairman Martinez wants to do it, or if you just want to provide it to me, that'd be fine. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you very much for the report. It's very detailed, and I just want to say, and I know that you're not responsible, and the Chief Justice is not here, but Peter, we have to be assured that on a go-forward basis that something like this doesn't happen again. And, you know, I know the Texas Supreme Court issued orders, but we had district judges who were holding hearings from their home via Zoom meetings and things of that nature. And for us to go essentially 2 years without prosecuting a municipal court case is just unacceptable for a city this size. And we have to make sure that never happens again.
Yeah, we agree, Councilman. We agree.
That's
All
all
right,
of our
thank y'all.
questions and comments.
Have a
So
good evening.
Thank you very much for the
You're welcome, thank you.
presentation. We appreciate it. All right, so there being no further business, I adjourn this meeting.